Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Thursday, which means the beginning of two brand new groups here at the Live Lounge in Port. So we're going to get Group C underway this morning. But before we do that, let's look back at what we saw yesterday with the Group A highlights as Matt Denham booked the first spot into finals night. So it was Matt Denham who was top of the class in Group A. Happy to say that with us this morning to look ahead to all the Group C action and reflect on what we saw yesterday is the asset Paul Nicholson. And Matt Denham, well, as Michael van Gerwen would famously say, did the right things at the right time.
Just about. I think that's a day that a lot of us will not forget for a very long time. Maybe we won't get another Group A like that ever when we play here in Portsmouth, because to have the same amount of people all fighting for that spot towards the end, everybody on 16 points, it was thrilling. And at one point we just had no clue who was going to come through it. But I think Matt Denham today is thinking, I'm quite fortunate to get through. But you mentioned that he did the right things at the right time. That performance at the very end of Group A in match 45, it was spectacular considering that the pressure was lifted after leg one.
And the other thing as well is it means that he sends that statement out to the field going into Saturday night, because he's left here not just with a win, but a comprehensive one. Very
much so, but one thing that Matt will probably think about the next couple of days when he's having days off is that he hasn't started his campaigns brilliantly. We know that Group A winners have suffered a little bit with starts on Saturday night, so if he can get a better start on Saturday, he's got a great chance.
Well, let's have a look then at the final table in Group A following the conclusion of 15 matches for all of our players. As you can see, as tight and as congested as you could have possibly have got, John Michael is into Group C, having obtained 18 points. 18 points has been enough to win groups here in the past.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got 3 players on 18 points. I know there's 3 legs between John Michael and Conor Heenahan, and over the course of 3 days action, that's nothing really. But I think Mike Warburton is feeling a bit aggrieved today when you consider he was actually leading the table at around about round 2 on Wednesday. He had a really good shot at winning that group, but ended up in 5th position. So that really does prove just how close it was.
That sums up the craziness of that Group A, that is for sure. Well, let's have a look at the overall numbers then for the 3 days that we saw in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll have a look at it now by the numbers. 77-180 is actually a bit on the low side, but that's kind of made up for a little bit more when you look at the checkout ratio.
I think the overall average is dragged down a little bit by how Jack Wareing played. I know he didn't have his best week, and I think the checkout percentage is very good, actually. I think that's about par for what we expect a lot of these players to do. But yes, you're right, the 180 count is a little bit down on what we'd expect from a Group A, but there was still a lot of maximum style visits, quite a lot of 171s and 174s. So we lacked a few 180s, but we did make up for that with some other big scores.
When you look at Sebastian Białecki, is he the type of player that we've seen here in the past that as we move into the second group and as the week progresses, he's going to become more and more dangerous?
I'd like to think so. He does play a lot of darts, does the 19-year-old from Poland, but it really does depend on how he's feeling about playing nighttime sessions now. He does have a bit of experience here, but he did play at the UK Open before this, so tiredness levels may come into it, but at the age of 19, we expect him to be feeling youthful and feeling fresh.
Youthful and effervescent, that is for sure. Let's have a look then at some of the top tier stats then from our Group A action. We saw 3 ton plus averages, the quickest game being 7 minutes 46 seconds. Ironically, that was the last game of the group. That was the quickest game of the lot. 1.71 180s a game and 11 legs, one in under 5 visits. I think it's one that, for me, stands out.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. We did have a 10 darter at one point, and we've had a few 12s in there. Bullseye finishes 5, but we did get a lot of bullseye hits from people like Mike Warburton on approach. And I think when you consider 180s per game, that's not too bad. But I would expect that to go up over the next couple of days.
Expect to see it go up because we've got a high-quality field in Group C this morning. So wherever you're doing over the next few hours, make sure you stay tuned because these are the 6 players you're going to see this afternoon joining the field. Reece Robinson, Scott Baker and Steve Haggerty, all 3 with a great pedigree in this sport.
I think we all enjoy watching Scott Baker. It's not just because he's quick. It's because he has an identity and he's really good. And he does everything with a smile on his face. He's a perfect MODUS Super Series product who has done it on the Pro Tour and the BDO circuit as well. But we look at someone like Reece Robinson, for instance, who has had some very big highs over the last 5 or 6 years. He'd be looking to start his 2023 here in Portsmouth with a bit of a bang.
Is this up there one of the toughest looking Group Cs you've ever seen?
It is a little bit. It's very hard to predict. Every now and again you get a Group C or a Group B and you think, OK, I'm going to hang my hat on that person. But right now I have got nowhere to put my hat.
And game 1, probably an example of that. Reece Robinson up against Mike Warburton. And I suppose for Mike today, it'll be how does he come back from yesterday? Because he knows he had a chance of progressing through, but now he's in Group C. You've got to make sure it's a clean slate.
Yeah, it's a difficult group to get through, but I think his experience will definitely tell. He's been playing with us ever since we started from home, when this project was just smartphones and tablets and tripods with little webcams, when we could get some. But I think his experience will tell. I think top 2 is definitely going to be his goal, and I think he'll do it.
Shall we enjoy a day of darts?
Yeah, why not? That's why we're here.
Yeah, why not? We might as well do it whilst we're here. Anyway, first up for us, it's Reece Robinson up against Mike Warburton. 25 live games to keep you entertained here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, with the first 15 between now and around about 2:15. This man is going to describe every single one of them. Owen Binks is the man on stage in charge of the action, and the man down in the commentary box now is Matthew Edgar. Morning, Matt.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everyone.
Okay, first it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
Gets underway with Reece Robinson taking on Michael Warburton. Reece Robinson joining us for the first time this year. Joining us in Group C, taking on Michael Warburton, who's been here all week. We've seen him take part in Group A. He was top of the table after the opening day's action. But consistency has really been the key for Mike Warburton this week. 88.68 average. And he's a player that can add to that as well. He's got some gears, he's got some levels. He's got 4 ranking titles to his name. A semi-finalist in the World Masters. Played in the World Championship this year on the WDF side. Reached the 3rd round of that, losing out to Jim McEwen. Well, he's going to have his hands full here with Reece Robinson.
60.
Who is probably a player who you'd say there's still more to come from on the evidence of what we've seen so far. Paul Nicholson saying about some of the highlights he's had in his career.
140.
That casts my mind back to the 2011 UK Open. I remember that event very vividly. And actually, when you look at the list of players he beat, Barry Bates and Wayne Mardle 4-0. Wayne Jones, he beat him 9-8 and then lost out to Andy the Pieman Smith 9-8. In 2011, that's quite the list.
Let's just marvel in the fact, Matt, that this guy
60.
who we've almost looked at as a young player for quite some time was playing at the UK Open 12 years ago. That was back in Bolton, where a lot of purists think it was at his best, where everything was in the same room, but times are different now. But I think a lot of players who are Reece's age, they get touted as the next big thing, but
require 101.
It's just human nature that not everybody makes it.
There's only so many spaces at the top table.
.49. Reece record 114.
See, a lot more people these days going south on this 114, but sometimes you need to sip from the traditional stuff.
40. Mike, you require
Warburton
52.
now has an option. He's going to go for 12 and tops. He's going to stick to what he's been doing this week.
Game
And it works
on
out
the
pretty well
first
for that
leg.
first leg.
Mike Warburton.
How do you think he's feeling this morning? Henry did ask me a question on the balcony just now. I think it was a very
Second
good
leg
one.
is Mike to throw first.
How does he negotiate this morning? Because yesterday, when he looked at that table, he'd have thought 5th place was very harsh.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where the Group A table that we've had this week, you can kind of ignore the position and the placing on it because it was only 2 points really separating pretty much everybody. That's one win. One win difference between pretty much the entire table. And the stats as well, when you look at it, was quite impressive. And it has to be said that, like you mentioned, the overall average was pulled down because of Jack Wareing. And when we look at
100.
things such as the 180 count, which was at 1.71 per game, it's quite impressive when you think that we had a player in there who didn't really contribute too much to those sort of stats, those Tumblr stats or those big power legs.
One thing you always seem to get with Mike, and I've been sitting in this chair for him playing here and in a different chair in Southampton, and indeed when we were at home in 2020, but he always seems to deliver around about an 88 average
140
for a campaign. It's remarkably consistent. And I'd have to say he's probably the most consistent operator in the last couple of years with little success.
And these are the sort of players you hate to play. You hate to play those sort of consistent level, those hard to beat players. They're competitive in every game. They'll always feel like they've got a chance.
93.
You know what as well? If he was to go on and win
81.
this week, get through Group C in the top 2, because that's what you got to do. If he was to go and win the big game on Saturday night, being interviewed by Henry, he'd probably say it's about time. But he shouldn't have missed the 12 there. That was an aggressive play from Mike.
41. Reach require
Chance for
88.
Reece to get himself on level pegging. See, you didn't learn from what Mike did.
38. Mike, you require 40.
They're the things that can really cost you matches. You see your opponent go for the treble, and he misses it. And you do the same thing and run the same risk.
20.
And he gets away with it.
Reach require 50.
Should have done that the last time when he needed an 18.
Game on the second leg.
Match leveling leg. Now Reece is from Hull.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Which
game on.
Hasn't really got a great amount of players that have come through over the last few years. But it has hosted some big events.
100.
It's hosted the World Masters before.
The seniors match play was there last year as well. The bonus arena.
81.
But one thing I've noticed about Reece Robinson is he tends to come in waves that are spread a couple of years apart. So he had that breakthrough at the UK Open, which we mentioned. He won a development tour that year and then didn't really do much for 3 years. In 2014, won a development tour. Then, again, we don't really see much of Reece Robinson in the winner's circle. 2019, wins a PDC Tour card on day 3. And then 2021, wins a Challenge Tour event. So, by the rule of Reece, who sort of does something every couple of years, is due something in 2023.
So don't say that Matt hasn't warned you about that. He goes on to win
140.
this week. And let's face it, Matthew Edgar is pretty good at predicting things.
Well, you know, I've called a few things.
131.
Like Matt Dennett winning Group A or Andrew Gilding winning the UK Open.
That's just in the last few days. Robinson's making his move.
60. Reach required 32.
That's far enough away to have plenty of room.
Game on the third leg.
Nice positive dart there
Reece
from
Robinson.
Double R. You might want to call him that. Does he have a nickname?
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Because I've never really
Game on.
noticed Reece having a nickname.
No, I don't think he has. I mean, if you do know Reece or you know of something that he might have
60.
used before, please do get in contact with us on Twitter. You'll see in the bottom corner of your screen there at MSS Darts. If you also chuck in my handle at TheEdgar501, it'll appear on the screen in front of me.
180.
But I seem to think at some point, and I don't know why, this might just have come from nowhere. I might literally be getting two things confused together. I think he might have tried to be the Rocket at some point.
60.
Like Ronnie Baxter.
Yeah, but I might just be merging two stories together here.
He was on a 9 darter there. 4 perfect darts.
100.
He's showing some pretty good stuff here, is Reece. It's a fair reflection of how they've started a match. When we look at the stats 3 legs in, this is pretty good.
41.
A lot of things to be very happy about. His doubling has been excellent at 67%. Average is good. Couple of maximums in there.
What's really impressive for me,
83.
though, at the moment where Reece Robinson is that first dart, where it's sitting in the board, how it's sitting in the board. That first dart, more often than not, is going right for Reece at the moment.
Now, I've got an idea for Mike Warburton. For him to maybe find the next level, you
Reach
know.
record 138.
We'll talk about it in the next leg. Stay there. The double 12.
Game shot.
That's
the
not
fourth
good.
leg.
That's brilliant.
Reece Robinson.
Really well done, because as soon as Warburton hits that maximum, he's tapping Robinson on the
I think it's
shoulder.
Reece to throw first.
Reece was having none of it.
Game on.
That was tremendous.
Well, we said he's due something soon. And that first dart again from Reece Robinson was sat perfectly in the board. He doesn't like that one, which is why he's come downstairs.
96.
Doesn't like the dart just sat underneath the treble. Prefers it on the top wire or just above. Kind of like that. That would be a Reece Robinson ideal dart.
And this is what leads me to what I'd like to say.
100.
You're as genned up on different stacking techniques as I am, Matt. And I've watched a lot of Mike's visits over the last few years.
97.
I don't know whether he wants them to stack underneath or over the top. And I just think with the way he delivers his darts in such a pure form, I think he might be very wise
140.
to maybe look at a method of stacking them flatter. Because he doesn't throw them that hard. He doesn't have to. But if he was able to get them to land flat and stack them on top of
58.
each other, he might score heavier. You look at the way that Robinson delivers the darts, it's with a bit more ferocity. In my face. As he finds a maximum. Don't listen to me.
180.
He knows what he's doing. Got 4 180s in this first game. Good sign for Group C.
4 180s and a 138 finish.
100.
So
Mike
this
McGuire,
group's going to be
81.
tight and contested. Expect that we're going to get 4 players battling out for the 2 places come tomorrow afternoon.
69.
Well, Robinson went
Reach
for 2
require
treble 19s and 138.
150.
Same route. The double 18, but he's going north this time. Stay there. That's quite unfortunate, actually. In most cases, that would have
Mike
snagged the
McGuire,
flight and
12.
caught that second treble 20.
He throws the last one in the treble
Game
20
is on
to
the
lead
fifth
double
leg.
5, which is
Mike
an interesting
Warburton.
play. But it doesn't intrigue Mike Warburton enough to throw him off course, and he
Six
sinks that one in the double 6.
Game on.
That is the break of throw, the retaliation there for Mike Warburton. If you're thinking this might be a bit of a one-off game, it
100.
isn't. Coming up next, Scott Baker and John Michael could follow the same trend, if not, even be a little bit better.
Yeah, it could be. Scott Baker, one of the most recognisable
60.
players in second-tier darts. Indeed, darts in general, because He has something that a great deal of players do not have. He has an identity.
And he's a bit
60.
of a lookalike for many, many famous people.
Are we going to have that conversation in the next game?
Yes. Who does Scott Baker look like? Get your pen and paper ready because you'll probably forget by the time we get to the end of our
85.
lists.
You do get the feeling that Warburton's going to sleep
60.
well at the end of the week. He's been through the ringer a bit already this week. When it comes to Thursday, I always question how the fresh players will be feeling
85.
compared to the players that have played the first 3 days. You know what that's like, Matt. You've played a Group A, then gone on to a Group C. How are you feeling come day 4?
60.
It's hard to even... I'm trying to think here what it felt like, but actually... It
134.
didn't feel that much because you're there for the week and you know that you're in for like the minimum of 5 sessions. You sort of plan your week out so you expect to be playing that day regardless. So it's just part of the pattern.
60.
I've come
Which
into
require
weeks before, like
137.
Reece says here, and you come in with a weird confidence, like you're coming in to take what they've set the table and you're coming to take it all off. It's a weird difference between the
59.
two.
Might
But
require
certainly coming in and joining the
161.
group, you come in with a bit of swagger.
This has been hit by Warburton this week. He's not going to get a second. We have seen some big finishes this week. 161, 164 and
Which
167.
requires 78.
So we've almost got the full set of the biggies. Just waiting for the big fish later. It's just double 12 for Reece. And he gets the game sewn up. That's a really good performance.
Reece Robinson.
Perfect start for him, winning by 4 legs to 2. 94.26 average with that 138 finish. Really coming at the right time, but look at the overall checkouts. 80%. That's something he can really build on over the next few hours. Warburton will have to lick his wounds a little bit more before he comes back in game number 4. Like Matt mentioned, it's going to be Scott Baker up against John Michael in game 2, and that's coming after the break.
back to the Super Series. Really enjoyable first game there between Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton. 4 180s in that one. A 138 checkout as well for Robinson. 94 average to get over the line by 4 legs to 2. Second up for us, it is John Michael against Scott Baker. Baker, a player who we've seen here on many an occasion here at the Super Series and back in Southampton when we were the Live League. So whilst we've got the opportunity, why don't we have a look at some of his all-time stats here at the Super Series? He's won more than he's lost. He's had 162 total 180s. Maybe might get 180 180s from him by the end of the week. He's had an 11 dart leg, highest checkout of 161 and highest winning average of 107.36. Now, you can see down the bottom of your screen that 107.36 average against Chris Quantock was the first game to be won in under 6 minutes. That was in March 2022. That was quick fire for definite. We expected some good stuff in this one between Scott Baker and John Michael. Just one word of advice if you are tuning in at home. I might want to watch this under the glaze of sunglasses because, yes, the Owen Binks shoes are back.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Henry. They are very, very shiny. It's good to have Owen back after his big tournament debut at the UK Open. But it's nice to see Scott Baker back. He is one of our favourite players here at the MODUS Super Series because he's not only very good, he's very quick. And he's a handful for more than just John Michael. He's a handful for everybody in this group. There they are. When you need an identity, you can either do what Scott's done, just embrace everything about the mod, or you can just go to your local shoe shop and find the shiniest ones you can find.
100.
But this is quintessentially what Scott Baker's all about. He's a fast dart player. He does everything quickly.
96.
He's incredibly stylish. But you shouldn't just look at him as a bit of a darting style icon. He's a very good player, as that 87.5 average for all of his matches here does state.
Yeah, if you cast your mind back to when he won his PDC Tour card, if you remember that weekend when he first came onto the PDC, I remember it very well. It was in Wigan in 2019. He reached a semi-final. And then the next day he went and had a big run again. And I remember sitting in the hotel, I was with Ryan Searle and we was looking at the results and we was like, wow, who's this guy? You know, like this is going to be someone to keep an eye on. This guy could be dangerous. And he did. He started so well, but then it just sort of tailed off for him as time went on, as he sort of got used to the tour a little bit. One of the things with the tour is it has sort of eaten a couple of players, really, hasn't it? When you look
49, Johnny Rock 95.
Good players that start well, or when the results start going against you.
Good guide for the ball.
Game
and perfectly used as well.
John Michael.
That's why some people like to go 25 first. If you can get that little cushion right, it will create
second against John to throw
a bit of a slider for that third dart, and it's exactly what happened. I know you're a big fan, Matt, of
60.
People lining things up the right way on the table. Why do you think John Michael has lined his towel up the way it is?
Oh, I spotted that while I was having practice darts. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Sneaky, John, sneaky.
140.
If you don't know, he's got his own dart shop in Greece. I think he's trying to advertise it.
100.
Well, with darts like he started with this, he might be advertising it on Saturday night. We're looking for a place in the top 2, but this is a tricky group. For me, Scott Baker was one of the
60.
people I expect to get through this group. But we also look at the names in this group and you think Scott Baker and it, Mike Warburton. We
41.
could have potentially had a group this week with Matt Dennett in there as well, and I'm painting this picture for you because that is a practice room you'd want to be involved in
60.
because they are 3 of the funniest guys I have ever shared the practice room with.
This is better from Scott.
180.
And he gets to the finish first, and that finish is a 2-darter.
$87. Scott, you require 80.
Treble 20. Not found, so single for tops.
Game show on the second
quick fire 15-darter for Scott Baker. To equalise in very good fashion the man who's got 4 ranking titles to his name
Game on.
in the BDO/WDF system. Made his debut at the Lakeside
60.
back in 2018, where he lost out to Andy Bartons, who would, in a heartbreaking fashion, lose to Scott Waits in the
100.
quarterfinals that year. But I remember seeing Scott for the first time, and I was immediately impressed.
Don't
ask me how he got that one in there. But he does throw one of the lightest darts on tour, doesn't he? It's,
60.
correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's about 16 grams. It might even be lighter than that.
Yeah, he does have a very
140.
soft, easy on the eye sort of action. And when it's going well like this, you sort of get the vibe that he's more likely to hit than miss. You just don't know where the next miss is coming from.
60. He's got your record 121.
And if the 180s are anything to go by, we know they're coming quite quick. It's the bullseye. He was going to go for that. He's one of these players that just want to go for all the shots, especially the big ones. Wants his own highlight reel at the end of the week, and
85. He's got your required
he
25.
could have a highlight reel involving lifting that big novelty check.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
he's starting to
Scott Baker.
understand why Scott Baker has, in the past, won a game in less than
Well, then
6
it's John
minutes.
to throw first. Game on.
He's not just quick. You can be quick, but you've got to be good as well if you want to get a game completed in that time. Funnily enough, he doesn't
58.
have the quickest game. The quickest was Graham Usher versus Chaz Barstow.
137.
Mentioned about the 180s in the last leg. We have played today 9 legs of darts.
100.
We've already had 7 180s. It is 10 o'clock
60.
in the morning. That is some return.
It's never too early for maximums.
100.
But then again, there are people watching from around the world, and it's not even early where they are. We could have people watching from the Far East, Australasia. If
100.
you're watching from North America, it's very early.
100.
This is the first sort of opportunity presenting itself here to Scott Baker. If he can find another treble 20.
100 on your
We've
record.
really put him in the driving
143.
seat there for a breaker throw. But John Michael, let's say he loves a big finish.
87. He's got your
Took 8
record.
out already this week.
104.
Going to stay on the 20s. And narrowly misses out on a shot at double 12.
60. John, your record.
All
56.
3 of those darts right on the wire. That was the scoring phase. He'd have felt hard done
Game
by.
shot on the fourth leg.
John Michael levels us up.
How do you think John Michael's feeling today? Because throughout the course of this week,
We've
he's
let
averaged
Scott to throw first.
84.47
Game
prior
on.
to this match. That's not too bad. You'll want to stick a few points on that over the next couple of days.
180.
That's our 4th maximum of this match already. But you mentioned he's got
58.
quite a few ton plus checkouts. But walking away from Group A with 18 points, which is 9
100.
wins from 15, which is excellent. And a leg difference of +6 and being 4th. I don't mean to go full
180.
psychiatrist on him, but how does that make you feel, John?
100.
I'm just looking at the pattern of play for John Michael. And I think the issue for John Michael in terms of results was there's very a 50-50
60.
pattern.
Scott, your record.
Win
121.
2, lose 2, win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1. And it wasn't able to put together a
96.
string of results. You look at Matty Dennett going on a win of 8. I'm not talking he needs to go on that sort of run, but you're going to need a hat-trick of
Scott, your
wins
record.
somewhere
25.
on a 3-day group.
I'd have to agree. And maybe that's magnified in a two-day group
9. John, your record.
Chance for John.
106.
to get the lead. And this is to break the throw as well.
43.
He has had
Got your
a
requirements,
specific
16.
miss this week. It has been low and left. One thing he hasn't missed is the double.
14.
But Scott Baker
John, your
has.
requirements. 63.
That's now 7 missed darts at double, and they could be very costly. Double six.
Game shot in the fifth leg. John Michael.
That is the biggest apology I have seen in MODUS Super Series history. That's a double apology.
Sixth leg is John to throw first. Game
Just remember why you're here, John. I know it's very, very nice of you to do that. But you're here to win matches. If your opponent misses, you hit.
140.
Here's a lovely chap.
Oh, definitely. This reminds me of a story,
60.
actually. So I've gone to a Pro Tour event. I've sat down on the table. A couple of people have come over. John Michael's one of them. And we're sat at the table. And I'm practicing on the board on the other side of the
100.
room. And he walks over to me on the other side of the room and says, "Can I talk to your girlfriend?"
100.
He asked permission if he could speak to her. And apparently that's something to do with their culture. I think they don't speak to another man's partner without
70.
asking for permission first.
No, fair enough. Did he tell you what he wanted to speak to her about?
No, I probably should have asked that first, shouldn't I?
100.
Before I took the £10 note.
40.
I had the chance to sit with John and Jeff Smith, actually. Great player from Canada. When we were at some Pro Tour events a couple of years ago in Germany.
41.
He was telling me all about the challenges of having a retail establishment in Greece post-Brexit. Talking about shipping charges and all that
100.
kind of stuff. I won't bore you with it. It's fair to say that
140.
what he does with his dart shop in
John
Greece
Michael,
is a
104.
challenge. Match-winning chance, which is now evaporated.
56. Scott, your requires 60.
If owning a dart shop's a challenge, taking out 60 is a challenge that Scott Baker needs to do. We could
40.
be opening his campaign
John,
here
you require
with
48.
defeat.
He's got the inferior average, John. But does he have the win? Yes, he
Game
does.
shot and the
And I can
match.
tell you why.
John
Because it's all
Michael.
about the doubles. In that match, the mod missed 9 darts at double, giving himself just over 18% on the outer ring. It was all right at the start, but it did wane a little bit. When it came to John Michael, he is averaging very close to what he's done the rest of the week. But the outer ring for him, 67% with 4 out of 6 hit. That was really opportunistic and very, very good indeed. We'll finish round number 1 when we come back. It will be Jack Wareing still looking for his first win of the week, up against Steve Haggerty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series with John Michael has got the better of Scott Baker by 4 legs to 2 in our second match. We've seen 2 games today and we've seen 9 maximums as part of our action at the Super Series. It's been a really, really entertaining day so far at the live lounge in Portsmouth. This game, Game 3, is going to complete the first round of fixtures. It sees Steve Haggerty in action up against Jack Wareing, and in the commentary box for this one, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. We're still in round 1 here with Steve Haggerty now making his debut for the week. And Jack Wareing is still looking for his first win after what can only be described as a fact-finding mission for the first 3 days. Seems to be fairly chirpy, but he has every right to be now because he's on the even footing of everybody else instead of being something like 20 points behind in the end, which is what happened in Group A.
Game on.
He's up against someone called Haggerty, another creative nickname.
Well, if you look at the graphic, his nickname was Haggis, which I think would be great if he was Scottish as well.
50.
Could really brand that quite good. Jack Wareing didn't get too much going his own way in Group A, but he is sat 4th in the table right now.
I like what you did there.
40.
You're just trying to fluff his pillow a little bit. Trying to make him feel a little bit better after what happened the last couple of days.
Well, as an Aston Villa fan, I have to take that every year because Villa starts 2nd in the table.
Alphabetical order.
95.
You've not seen Steve Haggerty before. He's a Challenge Tour winner. And like Jack Wareing, he is a County A player. So you may see this sort of fixture if Essex was to take on Warwickshire.
80.
Heavyweight fixture that as well when it comes to British county darts. In years gone by,
100.
with Warwickshire against Essex, you could get someone like Steve beaten up against Kevin Painter. Colin Lloyd versus
123.
Colin Fowler.
102.
Something like that. These guys are standing in the shoes of what have been incredible county teams in the past.
78.
Jack looks so much more settled today, looks so much more on his game, even more at peace with himself in the way that he's throwing the darts, and he might be about to break the throw of Steve Haggerty
24.
He thought that was in. This one should be.
12.
Opportunity wasted.
Stevie requires 77.
Two big singles, but one shot at tops.
42. Jackie requires
Well, if he was looking for a nice straight delivery, unfortunately that one was a googly.
Game shot.
That's the first leg to Jack Wareing as a break
Wareing.
in 19 darts. You can tell that he doesn't want to hang around.
Second leg is Jack to throw
There's one
first.
thing he has been this week,
Game
it's
on.
quick. Doesn't spend a great deal of time thinking about what's going on, and maybe that's the right thing to do.
31.
Don't dwell on anything that's happened this week so far. Just think about this as a very different mission.
140.
We mentioned that this is Jack Wareing's TV debut and playing under the microscope, and in Group A he was playing with some established
59.
international field. And we mentioned about the fear of reputations, and that group was littered with CVs and
85.
reputations. Does playing someone like Steve Haggerty, who he's going to recognise from the county system, does that sort of settling him in a little bit? Because Steve doesn't have the reputation of, say, a John Michael, who's been a tour card holder before, or a Sebastian Bilecki.
I'd have to say yes.
60.
Some people really do get that fear factor from people's reputation, but then there are other people that don't. That takes me back about 20 years. And Northumberland as a county
91.
played Cheshire at the Northern Club in Ashington in Northumberland. One of the best county venues that I saw in my time as a county player.
100. Jack
And
140.
Tony O'Shea came for Cheshire. And we had a guy in our team called Dave Gradwell, and he said, "Give me your share," and he actually got him. He took him out 3-1.
Stevie Rock 160.
That place was rocking at the time. We were talking about a player in Gradwell who just wasn't frightened of anybody,
60.
reputation or not.
Jack, you require
But there
40.
are people who maybe know their level, and maybe this is the kind of game that Jack will feel is a bit more winnable.
20.
He hasn't quite
Stevie
got that
require
2-0 lead yet.
56.
He's had plenty of chances already. 7 darts at a double in the first couple of legs.
Haggerty composes himself because the last time I was here
He
it
was
wasn't
on the second
successful.
leg.
This
Steve
time
Haggerty.
it is. And I'm just having a look through that Warwickshire Darts database where you can catch up on all
Steve to
the
throw first.
action
Game
that has
on.
been played over the years with county. Every single result recorded that has been played against the county of Warwickshire on the Warwickshire Darts
96.
database. And I'm looking at Jack Waring's results against Essex. He has played against Essex 4 times and he's won 3 of them. The
45.
only one he lost was this year when he played a County A fixture in October 2022 when he lost 4-3 to Bradley Halls.
140.
Is there even a situation here where, in Jack's perception, this might even feel a
82.
bit like a county game because it's played on a similar sort of size stage and against a player that he'll recognise from that system who's played many
95.
games within that.
Yeah, I think it probably will feel that way, apart from the fact that there's nobody behind him. Some of those county venues, you know, Matt, they can get quite
98.
rambunctious.
Stevie require 170.
One of the things missing from the week is the 170.
60. $140. Stevie Rock 110.
Well, this one's a bit more gettable than Jack's shot.
Game shot.
Very
the third
gettable
leg.
indeed.
Steve Haggerty.
15 darter for Steve, and he's going to feel much better about his chances after that one.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first.
I know you're into
Game
your
on.
branding, and I know Steve Haggerty likes to watch things back, so Steve, I'm doing you a favour here. He's got on his flights here.
45.
You'll watch as they come in.
Wicked.
So he throws one, wicked. Throws another, wicked. This one should have Jungle is Massive wrote on it.
180.
I see what you did there.
And he's just got to remember the pattern.
Jungle is
61.
massive. Of all of the 3 words that I thought that I would hear today, that was not one of them. You do get the feeling that Steve is
85.
starting to warm into this game now. It was very much about Jack in the first couple of legs.
Oh, it's evident in the fact that when that first start went in the treble 20, the next
85.
one missed and he had a smile on his face. He was already thinking 9 darter after 4.
59.
Do you want to talk about that day that he won the challenge tour, or do you want to skirt it? Because you know what happened, right?
I know very well. I missed, I think it was
100.
14 match darts.
No. I didn't know that. And if I'm bringing up bad memories, I do apologise.
59.
He did beat you in the semi-finals. He took out Graham Hall in the quarters, and we know a lot about Graham. He's on the Pro Tour now.
140.
Gary Blades
Stevie Rock
in
180.
the last 16. Took out Hopai Puha of New Zealand in the final by 5 legs to 4.
80.
But he's not taking out the
Jack
118.
requires 70.
You can't afford those misses. Not when you're searching for your first
30.
win. You've got to be smart.
Stevie requires 38.
That was kind of a bit of a trend as well that he followed over Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in his Group A campaign. Haggerty will only get one more dart. It's going to be at the 8th,
On the
and that's
fourth
all he
leg.
needs. That's a great
Steve
recovery
Haggerty.
there from Steve Haggerty. And he breaks the throw of Jack Waring and just edges ahead in this one. But it's got to
Look
be
at
said,
Steve to throw
early
first.
indications
Game
here
on.
for Jack Waring are good. Monday, 73 average. Tuesday, 74. Wednesday, 63. already today is up at the
96.
81 mark, and he's looking like a guy who actually now believes in himself.
So from that point of view, this week for him
97.
is maybe not about winning. It's about finding out more about himself. His overall average for the week is just a shade over 70, but that
29.
was really dragged down by yesterday's performances. Everybody else was in with a shot of winning the group, and he was at the bottom.
99.
Cast your mind back to Monday. Did say that I thought I would see the better of Jack come the back end of the week when Group C starts.
140.
So far, this is the best performance we've seen from him so far this week. Other than that, it came in game number 3 on Monday when he averaged 82.05.
100.
That was probably quite heightened by the fact that he only had 2 darts at the double and managed to convert 1 of them. This one, he's missed 6, but yet he's averaging higher than he's done all week. So
85.
very positive signs here for Jack Wareing.
Yeah, looking at his stat screen, it's a lot brighter. Good amount of ton plus throws. Got some ton 40s in there, got a maximum.
51.
Plenty of shots at double. And he could even be level at 2-2
55.
if you
Jack
found
Ruggles,
those doubles
110.
in either legs 2 or 3. Great first start. Now he needs tops.
90.
Chance for Haggerty to
Stevie
get things done.
requires 96.
Very tall fella is Haggerty. Hence that somewhat low elbow position.
56.
Almost in
Jack
a
require 20.
Similar way, reminds me of Martijn Kleermaker of the Netherlands. Doesn't stoop as much though. Gotta give it a go.
No score.
Haggerty comes back for tops
Stevie require 40.
to finish the job. He's been 42% in his double so far in this match.
Game
That improves
shot
a
out
little
the
bit.
match.
An ideal
Steve
start for
Haggerty.
Steve. And he will get his first 2 points at the first time of asking. Jack will have to wait to see if he can nick a point or 2 over the course of 4 more matches for the day. But he had plenty of opportunities, as you can see. But Haggerty with a very steady performance, and especially on the doubles at 50%, that will make him very happy indeed. When we come back, we'll start round 2, and that will be with Baker and Warburton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Haggerty has got his account for the week up and running, getting the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 1 in our third game of the day. That completes the first cycle of fixtures here at the Super Series. Wins for Reece Robinson and John Michael in the 2 games prior. So 2 players who are looking for their first win of their campaign go toe-to-toe in game 4 as Mike Warburton takes on Scott Baker. 2 of the players that were the favourites with the bookies at the beginning of play to go on and claim success in this particular group. So who's going to grab the Game 4 glory? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Very much looking forward to round number 2, because round 1 delivered a very good quality of matches. We had winning averages of 94 for Reece Robinson, 91 for Scott Baker in defeat to John Michael, which is a bit puzzling. But right now, 82 for Steve Haggerty, which will, I'm sure, calm him down a little bit. When you come back here and you're looking for success, you really want to get yourself off to a decent start. And Warburton, who didn't get a win in his first game, is now desperately searching for points to get on level pegging with Robinson, John Michael and Haggerty.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
You might turn around to me in a second and say, Matt, that is absolutely ridiculous. How can you say that on game number 4 on
55.
I'm intrigued as to what you're going to say next now.
This is a big game. I have a rule with Group C
100.
that you get 3 lives. You get 3 opportunities to lose. These have both lost a game already. Whoever loses this game would have lost 2 of their 3 lives, and they can only lose 1 more match from that point on. Whoever loses this, essentially, will have to win the last 3 games of the day to still be in the running.
41.
And maybe 4 tomorrow, which will be a tough ask.
It just seems ridiculous that we, after 1 round
60.
of fixtures, the second round of fixtures starts. But the reason I mention that is because these are 2 players that we strongly fancy are going to be up there battling for that top position.
180.
Well, if you'd have asked me for my prediction as to who was going to come through this group, I would have said Warburton and Baker.
100.
Well, one of these players is going to be 0 from 2. That will be quite a sizable mountain. But mountains can be climbed.
94. Mike, 146.
Slowly. Super first start. Baker will now go for the 18s. He'll be hoping to get 3 with the first start.
86.
Doesn't rescue it, and not getting a shot at the
70.
ball is an error.
Mike, you require 40.
2 10s. Going to go high from the right-hand side.
20.
He's clattered into his own barrel.
Scott, you require 60.
Baker can get an early break of throw here. With that very narrow stance,
Game
he
shot
takes
the
double
first
4.
leg. Scott Baker.
And the break is his.
Their opportunities was there for Mike Warburton.
Second against Scott to throw
Wasn't
first.
able to
Game
convert. He's fined the price of 1 leg.
I'm sure if Chris Murphy was
81.
sitting in this seat, he would make an abundance of bread jokes in this game, because we have a Baker up against Warburton, which is, if you're outside of the UK, watching on the MODUS Super Series
100.
YouTube channel. And if you're not aware, Warburton is a very famous brand of bread here.
180.
But I'm not Chris Murphy. But that 180 is like getting hit in the bread basket. There's a bit of a wrestling reference there for you, Matt.
85.
Was that a Gorilla Monsoon reference, that one? Did he used to use the bread
I think
basket?
it was, yeah.
140.
I was mildly looking forward to seeing what other bread jokes are going to come out during this game.
Well, if you lose, you'd say dough.
59. Scott, you require 100. Game shot on the second leg. Scott Baker.
Oh, that is a brilliant leg, isn't it? 11 darter. And right now, Mike Warburton has got a lot on his mind.
Game on.
Could we say that the Baker served him up that one?
I think our jokes are the yeast of his worries.
140.
I said I wouldn't do it in a half. I spent too much time with Chris Murphy over the years. King of the puns.
120.
Nothing seems to bother Scott Baker as well. I've watched him for the last 4 or 5 years, and when he's in a tough spot, he just gets on with things. I'm almost envious of him.
140.
Certain people in the world who can take disappointment or indeed handle
81.
the feeling of winning so well and just getting on with life. I'm not like that. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I go to the extremes when it comes to emotion, but Scott just gets on with things and I'm so envious of that.
100.
But it's not just darts where Scott Baker is like this. This is just him in life. He just sort of wanders through life without a care in the world. There's something that might give him a little bit of care. It's 2 darts he's lost in this leg.
That dart from Scott is known as either a grandfather clock because of the whole pendulum thing where it was swinging. But in the Netherlands, they call it a hat stand.
140.
He's not out of this leg as well.
62.
Warburton needs the 62 now. Doesn't get much better than that for a first start.
30.
Great chance for Scott now for the double break.
Scott, you require 120.
He has took out a tumbler's checkout already. That was in the last leg. He took out the 100.
43. Mike, you
Won't
require
be the double
32.
break unless Mike Warburton misses another opportunity. He missed 3 at hand when he went at tops.
Game shot
on this target,
leg. Mike Warburton.
there's a lot more success.
A little wipe of the brow, maybe in relief that he is back in this match now, but still needs to break back. Just looking at that stance of Scott Baker, it is very narrow, isn't it?
140.
But if you look at his feet, they are splayed almost into a right angle, which means he's got a little bit more stability because his left foot is straight out and his front foot is towing the oche. There's not a great deal of effort with those 14-gram darts. But you do have 2 really good technicians here.
Yeah, I think they have to be light darts, really, Scott Baker, because there's not a lot of natural force there. He's got a perfect straight line of balance all the way through, but he's about to provide force in a forwards direction, and there's nothing within the body that is allowing him to do that. It is all arm, and that is, again, why you get a little bit of shoulder coming in as well.
There's only the tiniest bit of favouritism with the front toes as well on the right foot. It is the tiniest little movement. It doesn't harm his throat.
83.
But if you see the shoulder doesn't just go up, it comes up and across. So he generates that little bit of extra force with a slight rotation, rather than be something that he might get from, say, a slight lean, like we see with Mike Warburton.
60. Scott, you require 118.
He looks a bit puzzled as to what's going wrong. Baker on double 19.
Game shot.
Takes the 3-1 lead. Another 15 darter here. 5 visit legs have been pretty decent for Baker so far today. He's not far away from getting his first win. This average is the best one we've seen so far.
Yeah, the best average we've seen so far of the day. The other best average we've seen so far of the day was a 94.26. That was by Reece Robinson, and that was hit against Mike Warburton. Mike Warburton must have been wondering what he has done this morning as he walked under a couple of ladders on his way to the venue. Is he a superstitious guy in general?
100.
Are you?
No.
So you're not someone who will avoid one of those 3-panel drains on the pavement. I know a lot of people who think that walking over those drain paving stones are quite unlucky. Walking under ladders,
180.
seeing a black cat cross your path. Yeah, I can't say that I'm
60.
that
Might
superstitious.
require
I used to
100.
be, but not anymore. How good is this leg?
80.
He's not going to be punished for those misses, but I get the feeling he can't miss next time.
That feeling might be correct.
180.
Scott Baker fires in
Might
his
require
third
20.
maximum of this match and his 6th of the day so far. Doesn't want to come inside with this start. Gets one more dart to save the match.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Fantastic last
Mike
start
Warburton.
there from Mike Warburton. Scott Baker did all he could. He hit the 180, he stood in hope, and sometimes when it comes
See if I
down
get
to the
Scott to
last
throw
dart,
first.
the
Game
very
on.
last opportunity, or you're coming back to throw to win the match, and the opponent takes it out, that can be one in the breadbasket.
140.
I mentioned earlier that Scott has won a few ranking titles.
100.
He's from the town of Tipton, which is famous for darts because of himself and Yozza Jamie Hughes.
140.
He's almost done another maximum there. Not exactly short of 140s in this game either. Look at that. 3 maxes and what? 6? 140 pluses?
180.
This has been an extraordinary scoring performance from both players now. 4 ranking titles, one in
60.
Germany. He's won in Wales. And 2 more local ranking tournaments in Lincolnshire and in Wolverhampton.
I am told one of the most popular markets on the
60.
Super Series is the
Scott, you
180s,
require
the over or the unders in
161.
each one of those matches. The people that play over on the 180s so far are
60.
really enjoying their
Might require
Thursdays.
Yeah, the over 2.5
161.
180s in this match. That's been creamed. Just remember, it's over 18s only. Gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org for more information on that.
101.
Take your pick, Scott. Double top.
61.
He's had his match start now.
Point required 24.
Does he get any more?
Game
We
shot on the
have a
sixth flag.
belter of a match here.
Mike Warburton.
Scott Baker is averaging over 100 and he's tied with Warburton.
Seventh
He's
and
averaging over
final leg, it's
100.
Mike to throw
And
first.
he's only been
Game
afforded
on.
one match dart. And that was at the end of a tumpless combination.
But I want our viewers to look at this. Look at how many shots Scott Baker's had.
140.
He's had 5. Warburton's had 14. Almost 3 times as many.
100.
Which says really in the scoring phase of this game, they're both well over the 100 mark. I suppose that is highlighted by those 11 140s
60.
and 5 180s that they're sharing between the pair.
When he played his first game of the day,
41.
his average was a good 8 points, better than the person who defeated him. It's roughly the same here for Scott. He might suffer the same fate.
180.
180, number 6 for the match. So if you were punting
140.
for Scott Baker to have most
Mike,
maximums in this game, you might be in
121.
trouble now because they're tied. He's going to have 1 more opportunity for 1.
97.
He's double 12 after 12. He was 3-1 down in this game. This is a great turnaround here from Mike Warburton, who was
100.
literally a
Mike
dart
required
away from losing.
24.
But he does
Game
not
shot
lose.
on the match.
That's a resolute,
Mike Warburton.
accurate performance. And you have to say that both players deserve a lot of credit for what we've just seen. The doubles were excellent from both players, but look at the amount of opportunities that Warburton had. He needed pretty much all of them to get across the line. It's a good 93 average, but losing with a 99.9, that will feel slightly bitter for the mod. He is now on 0 points after his first 2 games. Jack Wareing will take on Reece Robinson now, and Reece was pretty good in his first game, wasn't he?
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
A Premier competition, and we've seen some Premier darts, haven't we, here on this Thursday at the MODUS Super Series. What a game we've just seen between Mike Warburton and Scott Baker. 6 180s shared free apiece. Scott Baker averaged 99, had 2 ton-plus checkouts, and still on the receiving end of the scoreline, losing 4-3 to Mike Warburton. Next up for us, Jack Wareing, Reece Robinson, in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks again, Henry. Just to paint a little bit of a picture about Scott Baker's morning, he's averaging 95.47 so far in 2 matches and has lost them both. So it's not just about averaging high to get the win, you've got to win the key moments. He did have a match start in that second game, so he was made to pay the price. But as far as Reece Robinson is concerned, that's a good hometown, isn't it? He lives in the UK. Keep it nice and vague, Reece. I like it.
Okay, first leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
He is from Hull, by the way. Does live in the east of England. But very good at the start. 94.26 the average 42. And 80% on his doubles. Replicate that. And you fancy that will be good enough against Jack Wareing. He's another one of these players who's starting to use this one-piece combination of stem and flight made out of leftover high-vis jackets. You can't miss them, can you? These could probably be seen from the International Space Station. They're so bright.
I remember having a conversation with Reece actually quite a few years back.
135.
And he said he's one of these players that likes to change the colour of the flights and tinker with just the colours, not the setup too much, just so it feels different in the board.
78.
The amount of choice that people have now when it comes to equipment, whether it be structure, colour, materials, is it a good thing? Or is there too much choice?
I mean, choice is always good. It's how we use that option, isn't it?
126.
It's like with anything. Too much of anything can be bad.
$58.
Still looks to be in the same sort of rhythm that he had in game 1. Nice and smooth. Jack got himself a lead against Steve Haggerty in game 3, but ended up losing the next 4. Double top.
48.
Are you a fan of treble 12 for 68? Because I've seen a few more people going for it over the last couple of years.
Not really.
38.
It's traditionally not something we'd go for.
Game show on the first leg. Reece Robinson
gets the breaker throw against Jack Wareing, but in terms of it, I don't like it because it's a shot
to throw first.
That
game on
doesn't make overly sense to me in the setup. Now, the reason I say that is because the idea is you're going that way because you're trying to leave yourself double 16, but then the breakdown of it is you go 16 for tops. So you're doing it to avoid tops, but unless you're successful, you end up on tops anyway.
I think it's a good play if you're somebody who doesn't like double top. If you think about a ladder shot on this dartboard, which is skipping segments, if you go treble 12 and get it, obviously double 16 is going to be your next shot.
24.
But there are quite a few players, like Dirk van Dijvenbode of the Netherlands, one of the best players in the world, who likes double 16 and double 18. So if you miss and get the single, you can go 20 double 18.
41.
So I get that route. But as far as going treble 12, 16 tops, or single 12, 16 for tops, That seems a bit puzzling.
100.
Yeah, I have a personal preference to double 16. Now, if you're a player that doesn't have a big preference and it doesn't really matter, I see that way being absolutely fine.
59.
But as someone who hates tops, absolutely hate it, love double 16, I would never go that way for that basis. That unless you're successful, you're going to end up on tops. Same situation with the 20s.
89.
You get a single 20, you can go 16 for double. You get treble 20, you can go to the double 4, which is part of the transition from the 16s.
What's the weirdest way
58.
you've seen someone go for
Race record
68?
148.
Because I've got a good one for you.
Oh, I look forward to hearing about that one.
I may as well tell you now. It would have
93.
been funny if he'd left 68 again, but he hasn't. Treble 14, double 13. Have a guess who did that.
99.
If I was to tell you, you'd
Race
think,
record
oh, of course it is.
55.
Double top.
Game
Just
show
too good
the
at the minute,
second
Robinson.
leg. Reece Robinson.
Averaging 17 darts per leg for the first couple. And ordinarily that will get it done.
The
in
leg
this
is
sort of
Jack to
company.
throw first.
Simon
Game
Whitlock.
Oh,
Because he likes to do everything on the same height.
okay. He wasn't on my top 2 people to guess. I was going to guess with Jose de Souza
140.
and John Michael, who for some reason keeps trying to lead double 13.
Yeah, if you think about treble 14 and double 13, they're on the same height. And that gives you a little bit of reasoning for Simon's like of going
140.
treble 20, double 9. Because if you look at the board here where the treble 20 is and where the double 9 is at the 10 o'clock position, it's on the same height.
50.
More than one way to win a darts match. Or indeed just a leg.
91.
I could have used the phrase there, there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I like cats and I don't like the thought of people skinning them. So I say something different.
97.
Reece Robinson, before the start of the day, was one of the biggest outsiders to win this week. We've got Jack Wareing and Trina Gulliver in the bottom 2 positions. Steve Haggerty.
140.
Then it was Reece Robinson, 18 to 1. I've got a feeling any of the people that play with Reece or know Reece quite well, who support him
140.
through
Reach record
and took
130.
the 18 to 1, might be quite happy right now because he's playing good stuff. A 94.26 in his opening fixture, and he's rose that in this one. Speaking about people that are raising things, though,
94.
Jack Wareing,
Jack requires 74.
74 after 12.
There haven't been a great deal of these this week. That's a fortunate miss, because now he's still got single to double combo. Double top.
54. Reach required 36.
Robinson for 3-0 to increase his average. That could be kind.
No score.
Just try to hit it with that third dart.
Jack
You missed it.
required 20.
You hit the dart there. The likelihood is it does nestle into the red segment.
Game show in the third leg. Jack Wareing.
Jack gets his first leg of this contest. We're not seeing any bagels early on Thursday morning.
Fourth leg is Reece to throw first. Game on.
I'm with you. I think Jack looks more comfortable today than at any point.
And he's competitive now. All the legs is either there,
134.
getting over the line, or he's close.
Regardless of what happens over the next couple of mornings and early afternoons, what's this going to do for Jack's game going back to Warwickshire?
51.
You think he'll feel stronger for it?
I think what it will do is it will show him what the world outside of Warwickshire is like.
140.
Because one thing you can do within your little county setups is get caught up in them. Some counties are bigger. I say little because Warwickshire's
31.
quite a small county. But some of them, like Yorkshire, massive counties, massive areas. But you get caught up in what you believe is a top-end player based on what you
42.
see on a weekly basis within your county. And you don't get to see what's out there in the big ocean, the big ponds. And he's come out here, he's improving as it's going on, as he
180.
lies in his second maximum of the day. But it'll show him what is out there and what he needs to do and where he needs to
95.
improve.
I think you make a really good point there, because I've seen from a couple of different places in the UK where people have been at a very high
84.
level, but
Reece required 90.
are somewhat mysteriously unwilling to test themselves at a higher level.
50 scored, yeah.
And I'm not just talking about male darts either, I'm talking about female darts too.
70.
Not 3-1 yet.
155.
He's had plenty of opportunities
59.
in this game.
Reece required 20.
9 darts at double so far, Reece Robinson.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
shuts
leg.
Jack out, and it is
Reece
3-1.
Robinson.
A very fair result, but his average had a chance of really climbing in leg number 3, but valuable
Give it
misses
Jack
at double
to throw
18 cost him.
first. Game on.
But he could still walk away with 4 points from his first 2 games if he takes one of the next 3 legs. Now, just to emphasise your point,
140.
I know of many female players around the UK who are possibly good enough, and one of them was a very good friend of mine. She's actually top of the
41.
averages in Northamptonshire right now. And she did not attend the recent Women's Series events in Leicester. It's just down the road.
81.
That I couldn't fathom.
I'm sure there's people out there right now who know players who
45.
could have gone on to tour card status, top 32 in the world even at times. But there are different factors that stop people from travelling. Some people don't enjoy it.
140.
Time, commitments.
Risk.
And from that perspective, I totally understand it.
140. Jack, you're like 140.
Well, this is a leg that Jack has scored in a world-class fashion.
100.
Much better.
I think risk is a good word there as well, because Jack has took a risk here to come and put himself on an international stage in front of the TV cameras.
91.
And
Jack, you're required
it didn't
40.
go well for him the first couple of days. It had been easy just to roll
Game
over.
on the fifth
Jack
leg.
is not
Jack Wareing.
doing that. I did mention on the very first interview we had this week on Monday, I was up on the balcony with Henry
See if
Deacon.
it's Reece to throw
And he
first.
says that the players
Game
that are here this week have got bigger CVs. I'm expecting bigger things from them, bigger talent ranges. But with Jack, what he will make up for is determination
60.
and heart. And he's starting to bring that fight here now this week.
And that's his best leg of the week, 13 darts. And considering what he's been through the last 3 days, I tip my hat to him.
58.
Reece is still favourite to win the match because he has the darts here in leg 6.
140.
He's not looking backwards. And he has reverted back to those red flights that he had
42.
most of the week, whereas yesterday he went to the Union Jacks, didn't he?
I think that was just a pure sign of everything going wrong and probably a crisis point, a desperation move, just trying to make things
140.
feel a little bit different. But I hope he's taking a lot of encouragement from how he started Thursday.
97.
I think he's got any
Reece
goals for today or
161.
tomorrow? Or is he just going to see how the chips fall? Interesting.
102.
That is really intelligent for me. Utilising that bullseye, whether it's dart 3 or dart 2, with a treble, means he's now in single to double combination range.
43.
Doesn't
Reece
need any more
requires
trebles in this
59.
match. All he needs is tops. Sounds like a Beatles song, that, doesn't it? All you need is tops.
Game
He doesn't
shot
need any
of the
help
match.
because he has won by
Reece
4 legs to
Robinson.
2. That was a very accomplished performance from Reece Robinson, averaging close to 89 in the end. And as you can see, he had 14 darts at a double. But Jack Wareing had his best leg of the week in that contest, and that's also his best average of the week as well, so he is trending in the right direction. When we come back, we'll close out round number 2 and it will be John Michael looking for his second win of the day up against Steve Haggerty, who also won in round 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Reece Robinson double up his tally for the day, getting the better Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 2 in our 5th match of the day, doing so with an 88 average and 4 out of 14 on the doubles. Well, this one will round off our second round of fixtures. It sees John Michael up against Steve Haggerty. The winner of this one will double their tally for the day. Watching this one, Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, 32-year-old from Chelmsford, which isn't actually too far away from the Professional Darts Corporation headquarters. That's Barry Hearn territory, is Chelmsford. But this is an interesting contest, considering the level that we saw from Haggerty in his first game and what we saw from John Michael too.
John to throw first. Game on.
Not that far apart in average. And not that far apart when it comes to doubles percentage either. So it could be a pretty even match, Matt.
Yeah, I expect it to be that way. Steve Haggerty, we did mention earlier on, has a Challenge Tour title, which did mean, because he won it early on in the season, that he was able to get some call-ups to the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour where John Michael was on last year as a tour card holder. So they both have plenty of pedigree, and they've both got a win that will settle them into the day.
68.
If I was to ask you, if I mentioned Essex Darts, who would you think of
84.
first? Is it a silly question?
I'll be interested in where you're going.
40.
Kevin Painter, of course. They used to have these rascal dart shirts for their county team. They were green. I remember seeing a photograph about 20 a bit years ago where Kevin Painter was in the same shot as Colin Lloyd in a very well-known darts magazine.
38. John, you're
and I couldn't believe just how green their shirts were. But I marvelled at the fact that the Essex team was just stacked There's so much talent.
83. Johnny requires 64.
Double 16.
32.
No chance for Haggerty. Just outside finishing zone.
I know you like to
100.
name things.
Johnny
Are we
requires
gonna
32.
name that one the Vince McMahon, maybe?
Game
There's
shot
no
on the
chance
first
from here.
leg. John Michael.
I think I said that earlier in the week, didn't I? No chance in hell.
Mentioned that Steve
Second leg,
Haggerty
it's
got
Steve to throw first.
plenty
Game
of Pro Tour call-ups last year. He managed to get a couple of wins on the Pro Tour from them call-ups. One of them was against Gordon
on.
Mathers
96.
from Australia, who lost his tour code at the end of last year and has returned back to Australia.
100.
And the other one was against Jeff Smith. Good sizable win, that one.
Yeah, that is a good win. Jeff Smith, a fantastic player.
96.
And Gigi might actually be watching. So if you are Gigi over in Queensland right now, I'm sure basking in some better weather than we have right here.
26.
Hope you're well, Gigi. We do miss you.
He had a good World Series last year, didn't he, Gordon Mathers?
99.
Yeah, just missed out on the World Championships. Came second in the Oceanic Masters
100.
to Mal Cumming. Maybe that's the
60.
ambition for Haggerty in the next couple of years. Try and find a route to some sort of World Championship, whether it's WDF or even PDC. Now, John Michael has played in
93.
both.
Stevie Rock 150.
Lovely first start. Second wasn't bad.
135.
Just misses out for that big out.
He's got to do the 15 in bits.
Hey,
John Michael will
2-1.
be disappointed with that
Stevie
after
requires
finding the
15.
treble 20 with the opening dart. He's just inside. That was close. I like this. Didn't rush it. Didn't just continue. He knew it was close. He knew it upset his
7.
rhythm a little bit.
Johnny
just
McCoy
reset.
101.
I like the way you said that, actually. 15 in bits. All he needs is a bit right
Stevie
here.
McCoy 8.
And it is a bit, isn't it? 8? Don't they happen in increments like 2, 4, and 8 and 16, 32?
No score.
Too many bits there.
Johnny McCoy 32. Game shot on the second leg.
When you
John
said
Michael.
Bits and we saw 8. Oh, he's apologising again. Sorry, I've won a leg of darts. There was a Twitter account not too long ago that was the sorry I won a leg
John
of
to throw
darts.
first.
That
Game on.
just needs to watch John Michael play and then have so much content. But when you said bit and 8, instantly
92.
start thinking of Sega Mega Drive.
I knew you were going to say that. So you didn't get the 16-bit version.
55.
Yeah, because I think you needed that for Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
We're falling down the rabbit hole, everybody.
136.
Retro gaming.
Well, I actually just cast my mind to the fixture list to see when Scott Baker's on, because he's a big fan as well of
100.
retro gaming.
Oh, is he really?
He is. We've spoke many times about that. He's coming up. Next game is against Steve Haggerty, but that's coming after Mike Warburton and Jack
45.
Wareing.
What kind of thing is he into?
He liked Streets of Rage, I believe, was one of his favourites.
Why can I believe that wholeheartedly?
119.
Should really switch at some point here.
58.
There you go. Trims it down to the 170. We'll have another look at that now.
87.
Haggerty gets to
Johnny
the more
McCoy,
makeable out,
170.
but both need 2 treble 20s.
140.
Yeah, I would be discounting
Stevie
John
Rock,
Michael on
140.
Tumblr's finishes. He's took 8 this week. Double 15 is the same
100.
height as the double
Johnny
16
McCoy,
he's hit
30.
twice already. But if you come inside this one, you end up on the 15 in bits.
Oh, that's a marker.
50.
Bounces too much.
Stevie require 40.
He can't quite believe that missed. This shouldn't.
No score.
But it does.
Johnny require
You
15.
can see the frustration. He knows, like Paul Nicholson does, that should have gone in.
11.
Even the next door neighbour of double 15 doesn't come to his
Stevie
rescue.
require 40.
And Haggerty is very lucky to still be in this leg. Indeed, the match, because at 3-0 down, could well be just a matter of seconds before elimination. That's a bad dart from
No
Steve.
score. Johnny require 4.
This should be in. There you go.
Showing the
Little
third
slider
leg.
there from John.
Michael.
We're going to get it.
Is that a double apology with the double waft of the hands?
Fourth
I
leg, it's
think
Steve
that
to
was
throw first.
the frustration of the board, but Haggerty didn't get an apology for that one, so he probably felt he should have got that one. But
57.
John Michael's done this quite a bit, hasn't he? It's sort of like first, second dart, or we get a chain of misses.
41.
He did have that yesterday, didn't he? He was involved in a game where he missed more than 20
80.
darts at double.
Yeah, that was his third match of yesterday. It was Jack Wareing.
140.
Got over the line in the end. 72.56 average, which when you think missing 25 darts at a double, but still pulling the 72, is still quite reasonable, really. Shows how well he scored, because a 72 would probably get you in most
100.
county sides.
Yeah. 4 hits from 29. He was running the risk there of having one of those games that
60.
goes into the record books here at the MODUS Super Series for the wrong reasons.
100. Stevie Rock 164.
If Steve is looking for some sort of moral support,
56.
all he has to do is look at the
Johnny Rock
referee, because
120.
Owen's from Essex as well. When you hear him talk, it's impossible for him to be from anywhere else.
80. Stevie Rock 108.
Big Colchester United fan is our referee. Shanghai 18s.
72.
Somewhat old school in its
Johnny
nature,
Rock
that one. You don't
40.
see it a great deal these days. But a 4-0 victory is imminent. And it is taken by John Michael, who apologised pretty much in every leg there. But he will love his position now. He will be on 4 points and a leg difference of +6, which means after 2 rounds of play, John Michael will be at the top of the table. Now it's a question of whether he can stay there in round 3. He will take on Reece Robinson in game 9, which tantalises a little bit. Before we get there, we are going to have Mike Warburton up against Jack Wareing in game 7.
Sean Taylor, Gareth Tilley, and Ward 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And the ADC has provided a great system for players to qualify for the MODUS Super Series. And if you fancy yourself on that stage at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, then we have plenty of information about the Vault Series, which is available on the ADC's Twitter page. That is at Dart Circuit. And Series 2 is going to be bigger than Series 1, where there's around about £70,000 in prize money, all told, throughout the course of 2023. And that prize fund is only growing. And Paul Nicholson alongside me up here on the balcony. And what a system that has been for us here. It's provided us with 3 players at Champions Week last time out, and in this phase the players that have come in have accounted and acquitted themselves very well.
Yeah, a lot of really good work done by Steve Brown and Scott Hunt, and the availability of these events is just getting wider all the time. I think there are some real hotbeds for the ADC throughout the country, the likes of Bristol and the Midlands and towards the northeast of England. They've been dominating it so far, but I can see it going wider and even worldwide throughout the next few months.
And we know that Oceania is going to be a big part of that here at the Super Series as well.
As it should, because there's such a bustling scene over there. I've seen a lot of players over there who are chomping at the bit, and obviously our Super Series 2 champion in Raymond Smith going back there and just harping on about how great it's been for him to bank some big checks here. That is going to get a lot of people saying, well, I want to have a crack as well.
Well, we are in the midst of Group C here at the MODUS Super Series, and our ADC qualified for this week. Jack Wareing's coming up next. Well, let's have a look at the table. Every player has played 2 matches thus far. It's John Michael and Reece Robinson at the top of the table. For John Michael, it's a good response following what happened yesterday. Very
much so. I think that was a good doubling performance in the previous game. He won't be happy with the average, but let's face it, you've got to be happy with a 4-0 scoreline, whether it's a 72 average or 102. So he gets the job done. The point is to get the points. So from here, maybe he'll need a little bit more in the average department to get some more, but he'll definitely be happy with the table as it is.
As for Scott Baker, he must be scratching his head as to how he's not on the board yet. He's played well twice. He's got nothing for it.
Welcome to the craziness that can be Thursday and Friday, because when you're averaging 95 for your first couple of matches, you would think, well, at least I'm going to win one of them, but he hasn't won either. He's shown some great level of ability, and he's going to need to start getting more shots at the outer ring if he's going to get these points. I think it seems as if he's the one with the target on his back so far today.
And we do see that sometimes, don't we, in a group where we see an elevated performance against a certain player because and the other players know the caliber they're capable of.
And they know exactly what Scott can do. I think when you look at John, you look at Mike, and you look at Scott, they're probably the 3 where people say, well, there's a big reputation here. Maybe we should, up our adrenaline levels in this one, but don't discount Reece Robinson. He's just looked super cool so far, and that's one of the reasons why he's won both of his games as well.
And you also see the likes of Steve Haggerty as well, which as the group goes on, you expect him to continue to incline the levels of performance.
You would expect so, but I think maybe it depends on the pressure that these players are putting on themselves. If you can handle the pressure that you put on yourself, fair play to you. But if it's pressure that you can't handle, you can't shoulder it, then maybe your performances may slip and decline.
As for Jack Wareing, a lot of credit's got to be labelled at his door because he's responded from what happened yesterday very, very well. He's acquitted himself very, very well, and you sense the victory isn't too far away now.
Improvement is what he was seeking today. He's already had that. And now it's about continuing the improvement and just getting more opportunities to take legs away. I loved seeing him hit that 13 darter because that looked like the best leg he'd had all week. Statistically, it was. But from a technique perspective and the amount of zoning out he was doing when he was on the stage, he looked super bubbled. And when you see something like that, it's about replication, isn't it? Now that we know we can do it on that stage, it's about doing it again.
As a player, you must have been involved in those moments where, on a stage, things haven't gone your way. And then to come back and recover, especially when it's only one day he's got to come back and recover and something like that. How tough is that process where you're dealing with the disappointment and then you've got to try and get back on the horse again?
It's difficult, especially against certain opponents. If you think about the fact that Jack has played against Mike the last 3 days and lost them quite handsomely, He's now got a mental battle against certain opponents. I think maybe one of the reasons why he's felt a little bit of a rejuvenation is that he's got a couple of new opponents in there today, in fact 3. So maybe he's just got different feelings against those new guys, but now when he's up against someone who he has a bad record against, this is the mental battle.
But then also in the other sense, because of those scars, can actually also work the other way because it gives you a bit more motivation to try and get that win.
Yeah, but motivation sometimes can be a dangerous thing because you can want something too much. I can completely testify to that. I wanted to do things so much that it became a bit of a detrimental feeling. You have to relax in this atmosphere. Chris Mason puts it perfectly. You have to do your best but not try. And that's the advice I would give Jack right now.
Well, we are going to see Jack Wareing in action. He takes on Mike Warburton. It's our 7th game of the day. This man's going to race his way down to the commentary box. Join Matthew Edgar. Matt.
Thank you, Henry. A couple of really interesting points there on the balcony from Paul Nicholson, and I think I like the impression of if the cap fits, wear it approach. And I think there's a few things here we can actually put towards Jack Wareing and the games that we've seen from him so far when Paul Nicholson speaks about the pressure that players are putting on themselves and can they shoulder that sort of pressure. I think we saw that unfold really with Jack Wareing over the last couple of days. Didn't really have the day he probably expected Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday was really shouldering the pressure of trying to put it right. And the key word there was really trying to put that right, and he ended up going the opposite way, losing a further 10 points.
Okay, first leg is Mike
average.
to throw first. Game on.
Also mentioned up there about the mental battle that you'll have against certain players, and playing someone like Mike Warburton, who he's played for the last couple of days with no success.
100.
I'm not sure that Jack Wareing really has been playing these players. I think Jack Wareing's been playing Jack Wareing, and I think he's been having a mental battle with himself.
59.
If that is the case, that is a battle that today he has started to win. He won the 180 market in the last game. He drew it in the game before that. 1-1 and 1-0 in his favour.
180.
2 180s hit so far today at that 13 darter. He's running at an average that is better than an average that he's been able to hit in any single
59.
match out of his first 15. So plenty of improvement on the Jack Wareing performance.
But does Warby
60.
smell a little bit of blood here? Does he sense that he still has enough in the locker to get a sizable victory for the 4th time this week? Because he's only lost one leg against
60.
him the last 3 days.
61.
And he shouldn't lose leg 1. That's picture
137.
perfect, isn't it? You see 2 darts in the treble 20 like that, and neither were disturbed by deflections. 2 really
96.
incredible shots
Mike
till he
McQuarrie,
double 12,
24.
which has been quite friendly to him.
Game shot in the
And is
first
again
leg. Mike
13
Warburton.
dart start for the Welshman.
You mentioned, does he sense blood
Second leg
here?
is Jack to throw first.
Absolutely.
Game on.
You'll know yourself when you've got certain records against players or when you've had some comfortable wins against them. You look forward to playing them again.
26.
You're absolutely right. Because I remember playing Ross Smith in a Players' Championship a few years ago, and I was very aware of my record against him. It was
85.
faultless. I just felt that I was winning the battles against Ross mentally in the first few battles, and then when it came to the time where
66.
he was improving and he was ready to take me out, I thought, okay, can I play the card of, well, you've never beaten me before? And he was 5-1 up against me, and I still won 6-5.
100.
And I said to myself after that game, I don't want him to ever beat me. You draw that line in the sand.
60.
And there is a football chant, isn't there? Can we play you every week? Which does sort of come into play a little bit there. You do get that vibe. Now, Mike Warburton's not the sort of person that, if he does get this win, will come back in the practice room and say those sort of things. But there are characters that would.
I wonder who you're referring to.
60.
Is his name Andrew?
I think that's the long version of it. And that's just one of a long list of people that
65.
would be more than happy to let you know the situation. Sometimes games aren't always won on the hockey.
100. Might you require 170?
They're one in the old head department, as Mrs. Doyle would say from Father Ted. I've got a couple of choices here, bullseye or treble 18.
134.
That will do very nicely. Be marking your card for a little bit later on. We've got the 10-time world women's
45.
champion available
Required
for action.
36.
Trina Gulliver will be with us, with Alan Norris
Game shown the
and
second
Jamie Kelling
leg.
joining the
Mike
party.
Warburton.
But Warby is having a party of his own. That is now
Feel like it's Mike to
14-1
throw first.
in legs against this guy this week.
I'm sure that will be referring to the Warwickshire Darts database again later on when
60.
Trina Gulliver's playing. Because, like Jack Wareing, she's got quite a bit of history in the county of Warwickshire. She is the top ever player in terms of appearances for the county of Warwickshire. 258 caps. Only ever beaten 38 times out of those.
But 171 match awards,
60.
which means the best performance of the ladies' fixtures. 171 times?
99.
Mind-boggling.
She really did dominate the women's game, and she's coming up this evening. So we'll be
100.
delving into those stats and looking through those.
Yeah, we'll have a little look at Sebastian Białecki and Connor Heenahan again, who squeezed their way through
123.
to Group B, courtesy of that stacked Group A, which saw this guy in 5th position in the end, which was a bit of a head-scratcher.
100.
I think the whole of Group A was a bit of a head-scratcher, really. It was played down to the very, very last match.
140.
You mentioned that 13 data of Jack Wareing and that replication. I think one of the good things to think about with that 13 data is it was a sub-5 visit leg.
60.
He's got the opportunity
Jack,
to do the
requires
same here. You
55.
said replication. This is as good as if it goes out in 14 or even 15. Because it's the same amount of visits to the board.
third leg.
That is
Jack
the
Wareing.
replication that we needed. And you can see from the reaction of Jack Wareing, he knows.
Against Jack
He
to
knows
throw
he's playing better.
first.
He's feeling better.
Game on.
And that was a breaker throw.
One thing we are seeing in this match so far, no misses at the outer ring. Always a good sign.
140.
3 or 4 legs in.
Is Jack Wareing starting to get a bit of a spring in the step all of a sudden?
100.
Walking with a lot more purpose. Certainly getting a lot more air in the steps. It's like he's got a bit of flubber on the bottom of his
40.
shoes all of a sudden.
Nice movie reference.
We've done them all week, so I had to get one of my 4 movies I've seen in there.
You look at the back of Jack's shirt. It looks as
100.
if his name is Speeding. Looks like it's actually moving. But he's definitely travelling faster today.
58.
After every visit now, there's a little bit more emotion. Trying to squeeze the lemon for all it's got now.
100.
Whereas maybe over the last couple of days, he was just trying to let things come to him.
I think the last couple of days he's probably done the wrong thing in the fact he's tried to keep his emotions in check. He's
26.
not allowing himself to feel. Whether that's because there's cameras on you and there's this thing as well that people want to come across in a certain way. Just be you.
60.
I don't think Gerwin Price cares too much what people think.
Yeah. Premier League darts
60.
tonight in
Right,
Liverpool.
141.
And we will be on the air around about the time where they're going into their final. So plenty of darts for you for the rest of the day. Warburton also
60.
from Wales, but from the other side. He's from the north, whereas Gezi Price is from the south. A good luck to the Welshman tonight. And indeed to Johnny
137.
Clayton as well.
Might
He
require
takes on Michael Van
81.
Gerwen. Don't miss the 12. Don't miss the bull.
56.
He's hit the bull more than
Jack,
anybody
require
this week.
40.
But not necessarily to finish legs, but he's had a lot of approach shots with it.
Game
Well, we
shot
have
the
had some
fourth leg.
misses,
Jack Wareing.
But this is the tightest game they've had this week so far. And fair play to Jack Wareing, who takes that leg in 20.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I was saying, as you was coming downstairs, about some of the comments you made about, like, putting pressure on themselves, and I felt like that's where
60.
Jack Wareing was. And today, it looks like he's just come to play. He's come for the fight today. He's not coming with any expectation or
81.
any goals. Just come and play each moment as it comes, and he's letting that emotion come through.
It's an interesting word you've just used, actually. Play. You think about kids playing in a playground.
100.
It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be effortless. But when we talk about playing
140.
in a sport like this, it comes with pressure because we are the people that put it on ourselves. If you can play it more in a child's sense,
100.
more of just going up there and having fun, you might just play it a little bit more like you can.
And then I'm going to jump on a word you said there, which was fun. Why
50.
does anybody first pick up a set of darts and start throwing at the board? Because it's fun. And we lose sight of that because of things such as the big prize money in the game now.
Great shot from Warby.
180.
You've never seen Jerry Maguire, have you? That famous Tom Cruise movie. He speaks to his client, Rod Tidwell, who was a famous wide receiver for the
81.
Arizona Cardinals.
What you require is
And
61.
he says, that first time that you picked up a football, it wasn't about the money, was it? Was it? Was it? Very famous scene.
43.
that one touched the
Jack
wire a little bit.
149.
Big ask for Jack. He
81.
has had a bit
Like
of
you
bother
require
on double
18.
9 this week. He's going to plod
Game
on
shot
though.
the fifth leg.
And that shows a
Mike
very good
Warburton.
chin, because yesterday he had one leg where he missed 6 darts at that double.
Safe
Was
leg is
having the
Jack
same
to throw
sort of
first.
trouble on
Game on.
Thursday. How do you think Warburton would feel
100.
with 4 points from his first 3 games? Because he's been involved in some very competitive matches so far. He is thoroughly expected to win this match, maybe more so now.
180.
But he has shown a bit of heart this morning.
I think personally he's going to be delighted with it because
55.
he did face match darts in that game against Scott Baker, which could have had him coming into this fixture on 0. But
140.
it looks like the fun and games might be over for Mike Warburton. He's touching the turbo in this one. 180 followed by a 140.
95.
If Wareing goes on to lose this match, where do you see his best opportunity of getting a win this week?
I
100.
would say Steve Haggerty, but that's not going to be till the very last game that he's going to play.
And if he doesn't win a game between now and then, there will be huge pressure on that.
95. Mike require 81.
This has been a really good sprint towards the finish. And it will be double 12 for an 11-darter.
75.
Nobody likes to be
Jack
stuck with double 3.
156.
Can't save himself on 156, which only has one route, of course.
50. Mike require 6.
I think Jack knows that maybe the game is up. He's gone 2-2-2. And the game is up. Warburton was tested when it was 2-2, but ultimately he was too strong in the last couple of legs. And a somewhat reluctant hug there from Warby. 36% on the doubles, as you can see, and a very good performance average-wise as well. He's been showing some very good stuff so far today. When we come back, it will be Scott Baker up against Steve Haggerty, and Baker is still looking for that first win here in Group C.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where Mike Warburton has got the better Jack Wareing by 4-2 in our 7th game of the day. Doing so with an average of 92.26 and 36% on the doubles. Next up for us, Scott Baker up against Steve Haggerty. That's going to be watched in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
So, by my rule of 3 lives, then you've got to win every single game. That makes this very important for Scott Baker, because despite playing well in his opening 2 games, where he averaged 91.04 and 99.90, he is yet to convert any of those into points. He's currently sat 5th in the table of -3.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Steve Haggerty has got a couple of points on the board. He beat Jack Wareing in his opening game, but then really stepped off in the last game. Averaged 71 and missed 12 darts at the double. This could be the right game at the right time for Scott Baker.
I agree, actually. You've got 3 players on 4 points now in Robinson, Warburton and John Michael.
60.
The last thing he needs is to lose this game and see someone go to 6 in the next match, because that's inevitable.
100.
You don't mind if you
140.
get second spot in this group at the end of a couple of days' action. You'd like to win it, But just being part of Saturday night is what it's
140.
all about.
100.
I said it might be the right game at the right
121.
time, but Steve Haggerty seems to have rose his game quite significantly here in this one. It's bullseye for a 12-dart breaker
Game's
throw.
on the first leg. Steve Haggerty.
And that is a strange reaction from someone who's just gone out in 12 darts.
Second leg is
Remember what we
Steve
said
to
about
throw
dart
first.
players?
Game on.
It's always, well, I've done a 12 dart now, but why didn't I do that earlier? You're doing it now, Steve.
81.
Some of these games are going to rattle along really quickly. When you're getting a 12-darter
100.
in a minute, that's how long it took for both players to deliver their darts in leg one.
43.
You should never, ever expect to be better than a 12-darter. Everybody wants to have the 11s, the
100.
10s, the 9s, but 12-darters are still aspirational, even for world number ones. Never, ever
43.
be disappointed with a 12-darter.
But look at the standard afterwards. And this is the thing, you've got to build on positivity.
60.
If you find negativity within the positive, you're only going to find more negativity.
It's a very
45.
unusual barrel he's got, isn't it? Seems to have a bit of a shimmering look in that grip pattern.
100.
I wonder if we're seeing here with Steve as well the reason as to why he was able to win that Challenge Tour event, but he's not been able to turn that into Pro Tour success.
95. Scott, your record 141.
6 darts from here.
100.
That works out pretty well. Gives him options when he comes back. I think if you're going to win
80. Scott, your
Challenge
record
Tour event,
41.
you have to be good. To win multiple, you've got to be
Game
bit
show
more
the second
special and
leg.
consistent.
Scott Baker.
Well, there it is. I think that leg took nearly 2 minutes. Positively slow
Delegate
compared
Scott
to the
throw
first leg.
first. Game on.
I would love to have just stopped the game when that bullseye went in. After what's happened
60.
to Scott Baker so far today, a 91 and a 99 average, and not being able to win, and just chucked Henry Deacon on stage and just put a microphone in front of Scott Baker and says, how do you feel about that,
95.
Scott?
It's a bit like those touchline journalists that they have in the NFL,
140.
where they ask the coach how they're feeling as they're going into the tunnel for half-time. Oh, that's quite intrusive.
70.
Just wait until full-time. Can you imagine anybody in
140.
the same vein that you just mentioned there, somebody asking how Michael Smith feels halfway through a world final?
140. Scott,
Lee
your
Evans,
record
one of my favourite
161.
comedians, did a joke around that, saying, we always get the interview with the winners, but why can't we get, like at the Olympics, the people that come in last? Like, I've trained my
99.
whole life, and it's like... Really, really good sketch.
Lee Evans, of course,
83.
from
Scott,
Essex,
your record 62.
from the town of Billericay, which was made famous by sitcom Gavin and Stacey.
46. Stevie record 113.
Lovely first start from Steve. Double top.
93.
Lovely chance.
Scott, your record 16.
Might go begging now.
8.
But doesn't.
Stevie required 20.
So 2 10s to keep the trend of breaks of throw continuing. He thought that was in. Shuffles to the left.
Game
That
shot the
one
third
is.
leg. Steve Haggerty.
Good recovery there, not just in terms of this match, not just in terms of that throw, but in terms of the
It's
day.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
You a big Gavin and Stacey fan when it was out?
No, not at all.
No, it's pointless what I say next then.
140.
swiftly This is the middle match of the day already. If we keep going at this speed, everything will
81.
be said and done by around 5 or 10 past 2.
60.
Just remember that we do have more action Live on Sporty Stuff TV tonight from 10 p.m.
100.
I wonder what Scott's got planned for the rest of the day. Has he brought his Vespa down? I think he's got 2 of them now.
131.
You've got to be seriously cool to pull off one of those. I would look like an idiot.
140. Stevie Rock.
Not Scott. He is a cool cat. This is the coolest finish of the lot.
64.
Be disappointed with that. Opening with a treble 20 and only coming away with 64. A 140 would be perfect darts, perfectly timed for Scott Baker, just to hammer home those loose 2 darts for Steve Haggerty. And he will get 3 darts 54. At tops. He missed 3 darts in the last leg to take 40. A 2-1 lead. This is to level it up.
But it's another high-quality game where Baker's missing doubles.
20. Stevie Rock 52.
Averaging almost 90 and could well be 3-1 down. You can see in the background what he feels about it. And he just knew that was going in.
Steve Haggerty.
You don't need to be Mystic Meg to figure that out. Who actually sadly passed away today, so...
5th leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Our condolences to the Meg family.
180.
Now, is he going to get himself out of this jam? Because if you think about your rule of 3...
40.
And he does lose this one, that means he has to win his final 2 matches today and all of his matches tomorrow.
100.
It's a tough ask.
The advantage that he's got, though, is he only needs to break once.
140.
Hold, break, hold. He's got a 100-point lead in this one for that first point.
60.
On the flip side, Haggerty will get himself back in the running
100.
with a victory in this one.
61.
We could well have 4 players on 4 points at the end of this game.
59.
And Baker would be at the basement with Jack Wareing, with 1 more game to go in round 3, which is John Michael and Reece Robinson, which will determine who leads after those 3 rounds.
$46.
He's stumbling to the line. He's making
Stevie
it a bit of a mess. 60, 59, 46. His last 3 visits. This is a biggie. That won't go. So Scott Baker will get more darts at the double.
82.
He's only converted 1 in 8 so far.
Game
That's
shown
a bit
the 5th
cleaner.
leg. Scott Baker.
Much better. Now, when it comes to his previous matches, Game 2 against John Michael, he had 11 shots at double and hit only 2 of them. He didn't get enough chances against Warburton. He had 5 and hit 3. But remember, he did have a match dart
100
in that contest. What do you think Scott Baker's favourite movie is? It's got to be Quadrophenia, right?
140.
I'd be astounded if it's not.
He might like the In-Betweeners movie because he looks like Jay.
60.
This is the chance that he'd been hoping
59.
for. Wasn't able to convert. He would have been hoping to see a trebleless visit there from Steve Haggerty. Presented itself. But it might
100.
only present itself the once, which means it's going to have to be a moment of brilliance from Scott Baker.
92.
It's not brilliant, but it's very good. I
99.
like the switch. Even by not getting the treble, he leaves an out that you'd prefer to have than 141, but at least he can go for the same treble twice. That's 122. I think the bullseye's the shot there.
25.
25 would have left a 2-darter. Bullseye, an easier 2-darter. As it stands, he's still in 3-dart range.
84. Steve, you're
That was a big slip
117.
because that still could be 3-dart range unless he finds the treble with the first dart. He will get a shot though, Scott Baker, to get the breaker throw he vitally needs.
40. Scott, you requires
He's slipping
66.
at the wrong time. One dart at tops.
46.
Just a
Stevie
little bit of a
requires
negative aura coming
77.
from the mod. Haggerty on the part, the John part. But he's not going the same route because John didn't get the treble. But they
Game
both
shot
got the
of
leg win
match.
on
Steve
77.
Haggerty.
And Haggerty does double his points. And he's in a very strong position now at the end of his third round. You can see that he's just averaged 85.14. But again, Scott Baker with the better average loses. And this time we do know it's because he didn't convert enough doubles. 9 shots missed in that contest. Reece Robinson and John Michael will come now in game number 9. Neither have tasted defeat, but one of them is about to.
Very well, welcome back everyone to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Scott Baker defeated by Steve Haggerty by 4 legs to 2. Doing himself an 87 average. He's played some really good stuff all day, has Scott Baker, but has been on the wrong end of the scoreline 3 times. So Haggerty, he is on the board here in Group C. We've got a little bit of time before our next match as Reece Robinson takes on John Michael. So we thought we'd show you the best of what happened last week as Scott Taylor made his way into Champions Week and in some style as he got the better of Andy Bolton in the final. Let's re-clip or re-show the last leg of that. I will get my words in at some point today. We'll show you the last leg of that final in the company of Glenn Darren and some guy who basically can't speak English. For the final was Scott Taylor is saving his best for the final. He is not just running his way possibly now to the £5,000 top prize. He's got into a Formula 1 car 96. And he is in 5th gear going through the parabolica towards the finishing line.
Para what?
It's a famous corner.
I know.
140.
I'm an egghead. You wouldn't think so at the quiz on Monday night, but there we go. Look at this, Henry.
95.
I don't even think I don't think many people would have predicted this after 3 legs, especially the way this man has played this week. Has that semi-final-
131.
Has that semi-final just taken too much out of him? Or should we be looking at how fantastically well Scott Taylor is playing
82.
and continues to play? Let's give the credit to Scott Taylor.
Sometimes you just run into an immovable object, and sometimes you just got to congratulate and shake the opposition's hand.
100.
And it might be a case that Andy Bolton has to do that. But of course, at the Super Series, anything is possible. Don't write Bolton's obituary yet. However, Scott Taylor is making a frantic dash to the finishing line.
180. And you require 130.
This has to go.
It's bull for Bolton.
105.
Scott Taylor,
Scott, you
48
require 48.
for your biggest win of your career.
Double 16.
That's game,
And it is
shot.
Super
And your week 4
Scott
winner of the
at
MODUS Super Series.
Scott Taylor has produced an unbelievable performance to qualify for Champions Week. It is an average of 109 to get the better of Andy Bolton by 4.
He might just take some stopping, Scott Taylor, when it comes to the week of the 1st of May, because that's when Champions Week is. But then again, these two have not been stopped so far today. Both have registered 2 wins from 2 games, but someone is about to be stopped, Matthew Edgar.
Something's got to give, hasn't it? And someone's going to move to the top of the table on 6 points after
Okay,
3
first leg,
rounds
it's
of
Reece to
fixtures.
throw first. Game on.
Didn't expect to see Scott Baker down at the bottom on 0, though, after 3 rounds. I'll put that one out there.
Yeah, me too. I thought Scott Baker was going to be really hot in this group.
140.
He's been at a sort of level that would see you grab 3 wins from 3.
100.
But he's the person who's obviously going to play well and lose games in this group. He might actually need, based on your rule of 3, to win his remaining matches from here over the next couple of mornings.
55.
As for Robinson, though, good start today. 4-2 win over Warburton in game 1. Then another 4-2 victory over
100.
Jack Wareing. He was tested at times in that game. But averaging over 90 for his first couple of matches, he'll be happy with that.
125. John's last score was 100.
You tell him, Owen.
Yeah, where we go.
Just a small pause in proceedings there.
100.
Adds another 100 on. This is a nice steady start from John, but Reece still maintains his advantage of throw. There was a big topic of
58.
discussion, by the way, in the practice room when I was coming down from the balcony. They were all talking about points. Because if you look at the points that Reece Robinson is
60.
using,
Reece
you have a little bit of
23.
aggressiveness. Just wonder if these will be banned this time next year.
Game shot in the
Not
first
right now.
leg.
And he's getting a little
Reece
bit of confidence
Robinson.
about himself, and we like to see that. That's a beautiful 15-dart start.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
John shouldn't be too perturbed by the fact that someone's hit a ton plus checkout against him. He's had a fair few of those this week. What
60.
are your thoughts on that new points rule that starts at the beginning of 2024?
I think it's good. I like it. I think it needed to come into play as well because it just doesn't look
58.
very good, does it, when the boards are getting trashed and they're getting ruined? And obviously it affects the opponent as well, doesn't it? Because they've got not the same sort of target that you'd normally
180.
expect. So I do see it. I think as well it's there to protect things such as the sponsors, you know, because if you're the sponsor and you're putting your board on the you don't want to see it get
135.
ruined after a couple of darts because it doesn't look good for the branding.
Well, let's face it as well. It's not the first time in world sport where the playing
60.
surface has been the subject of discussion. Think about golf shoes, what they used to be like in the 70s and 80s, with metal spikes.
58.
And it got to the stage where you were not allowed to tap down spike marks on the green with a putter. It was illegal to do that. But since a rule change was
60.
brought in by the Royal and Ancient, we've now got plastic spikes or spikeless shoes. And when you do see a spike mark, you can tap it down for the integrity of the play. So
92.
I think, personally, this rule was
141.
inevitable. We'll see what happens with it over the next 12 months.
I agree. It was always
Reece
going to happen. It was just how it
158.
happened or what form in which it came.
We know where he's going with this, Dar. He gave that a chance.
100. Johnny requires 32.
2 hits for a level game.
16.
Oh, this is a beautiful chance now
Reece
for
requires
Reece.
58.
Double top for 2-0. Chance
38.
missed.
Johnny
That was for a
requires
6
16.
visit break of throw. It's John Michael leading a charmed life.
Game shot
Here's
the
a nut
second leg. John Michael.
No apology,
So look, it's
but
Reece to throw
he was the one who
first.
put the fist out, a la Mike Warburton from yesterday.
Yeah, I loved that from Mike Warburton. He literally walked straight at him, didn't he, with a hand out as if, you're not going to avoid me, pal. I'm going to
26.
get this fist bump.
You will fist bump me, whether you like it or not.
140.
Not every player likes to do that in-game, do they? No, Peter Wright was once criticised by the media for not doing it before a last leg shootout with Neil Zonneveld.
58.
It's not really a headline. It's just something that happened.
Seems to have changed the
83.
fortunes of this match slightly. Reece Robinson 26.58 to kick off this leg, and he's lost the line again. Where John Michael just seems to be playing with a little bit more
85.
pace.
Seems to be playing almost effortless stuff as well.
81.
He's relaxing into these games. He's not putting himself under this cloud of pressure. Maybe a cloud of expectation. Maybe he's
60.
okay with what happens over the next couple of days. Is he just taking his foot off the pedal and cruising at a rate that he's very happy with?
137.
And it could be a level that worries a lot of his opponents the next 2 days.
105. Johnny requires 60.
This will worry Reece Robinson because this would be a break of throw.
Game
Reece
shot the
wasn't
third
really in
leg.
too much of a
John
position to
Michael.
pounce there. He's not going to get a chance either way round. John Michael gets the break and gives himself a fist bump.
Well, I think it's John
And I
to
can
throw
hear the
first.
practice room
Game.
behind me enjoying that just as much as we are in the commentary box.
That was funny. Every now and again, you'll see something different. And
123.
that was very unexpected. That's almost like trying to fist pump a statue. I might fire Reece up, you never know.
140.
I was going to say it. John's got a bit of a Jockey Wilson thing about his action.
97.
If you think about the way he cups his hand, I'm showing my co-commentator right now. He cups his hand like that. He brings it back towards his face. He doesn't have that accentuated follow through.
180.
But it's very Jockey Wilson, this throw. If you were to play John Michael's throw next to
95.
a bit of Jockey, you would see the similarities that I'm seeing right now. I wonder what's going to happen if Reece wins this leg. Will it be another fist bump?
51.
I've enjoyed that way too much. But I can't wait to see what happens at the end of this leg. It'll probably be nothing. It'll probably just fizzle out. And
30.
but if I was Reece,
Which
I would
require
literally walk up
130.
and do exactly that.
You can fist pump yourself. You can just take your two hands together and do it yourself and forget about your opponent. Got to win the leg first.
90.
That'll help.
Johnny requires 156.
This will not help him. Double 18.
138.
I would have been fascinated to see what happened
Reach
for John
required,
if
40.
he'd hit that double 18. The reprieve for Robinson.
Game
And he
shot
does
the
get the
fourth
double.
leg. Reece Robinson.
Nothing. Not a thing. Not even eye contact.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
I'm loving this just as much as the darts. This is intriguing. But for Reece Robinson there, that was a good reaction. You've just lost your throw. You've just been
134.
involuntary fist bumped. And then to come back and break the throw straight back and get re-advantage of the game.
Well, it may be a cultural thing, because if you watch a lot of Japanese
134.
darts like I do, I'm a bit of a darts nerd like that. I watch a lot of the Japanese ladies tour. And there are an extraordinary amount of fist pumps when they play soft hit darts.
180.
Third 180 of the game, second for Reece.
60.
I played over in Canada, and they was doing it like after every ton 40,
Yeah.
every leg. It was like a slap of the hand rather than anything.
But it's more of a cultural thing, isn't it?
98.
You know, you get a lot of people doing that for every substitution and every goal in ice hockey.
180.
In Japanese
Reach
darts, there's a lot
89.
of bowing and fist pumps and all sorts of respectful things like that. This is very much a heavyweight leg, which might end on double 5.
79. John
Or the
McGuire,
bullseye.
127.
And game.
But it won't be end game.
102.
Very close, though.
Reach required 10. Game shot the
Superb.
fifth leg. Reece
13
Robinson.
darts from Reece Robinson. That takes his average to 91.5. John Michael this time losing with a 94.
See if it's John to throw first.
There's not a great deal between them when it comes to attempts at double and doubles hit, as you can see there. But it's a 2-hit swing.
140.
One less attempt, one more hit for Robinson. That's why he's in front.
100.
That's becoming the favourite for this group, you feel, if he takes a 3-game unbeaten streak into round 4, where Reece would play
60.
Steve Haggerty.
I think the way Reece has played so far, 94, 89, running in this one nearing for 92. I'm not sure if you just say he's
85.
favourite for this group, but he's going to start pushing himself a lot closer to Matty Denon as one of the favourites for the week.
Do we know if Matt Denon has gone
60.
home or stayed around in Portsmouth? Let us know, Matt. We're just curious. Wouldn't be surprised if he's gone home, actually, on Wednesday. Spend a couple of days with the
99.
family, do a bit of work, and get himself ready for Saturday night and a crack at a first weekly title here in Portsmouth.
98.
By the way, that Champions Week is starting to look rather stacked. You saw a little bit of the footage from Scott Taylor against Andy Bolton from Saturday night. You've got Yella Claassen, the
57.
2006
143.
video world champion in Champions Week. He beat Jack Main. Owen Bates beat Leonard Gates
55.
in week
Reece
2, and
McGuire
Jonathan
won
Worsley won week
160.
1. Things are starting to hot up on the invitation list. Stay there.
140. Johnny require 88.
The way this game's going, you feel it's a match-saving shot. Because the way Reece is playing, you'd fancy him to take out the 10s.
Game shot
And
the
that is a
sixth leg.
huge
John Michael.
dart for John Michael to level it up. At this point, traditionally, there's the hand. He's not interested.
Fist,
7th
meat,
and final
finger.
leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
He's just controlling everything up there. They're both averaging 92. This is by far the most intriguing game of the day that's got everybody
36.
interested. Superb bullseye, though, wasn't it? To keep this match alive.
Oh, it's a fantastic shot.
62.
Reece Robinson set it up lovely on the double 10. Was probably hoping he'd get a match shot. He was probably in his mind thinking, as long as you don't hit the triple 20, I
86.
think I'm in here. The bullseye, the smallest target on the board. John Michael found it.
140.
Found more than 50 there. 80 in front. Might just have the darts.
134.
Not just yet. I think that's an error. I like 19's first on 299.
93.
Or is he hoping that Robinson is going to fail in his mission to get that 15 darter?
87.
He might still get one, but it's going to take one big effort to get there.
We have seen a 158 already this week.
47. Reach for 158.
That is a massive error from John Michael. Reece Robinson has just been presented now with 6 darts to take out the 158.
60.
And he might need every single one of them. Maybe a few more.
Oh boy. So that's 39.
127.
And that is perfect from
Reach for
159.
98.
There'll be some emotion if this goes in. Still possible. But no longer. He's had 18
20.
darts to
Johnny
get this
required
done.
32.
And it could well be an undefeated 3-match streak for John Michael to start his Group C campaign.
John Michael.
That was a very, very entertaining game in many different ways. You can see that Robinson was very much expecting to get the result, but a little bit of fire from the Deadly Rose, who averaged 92.31 there. 4 hits from 11 attempts. What a game it was. When we come back, we'll start round number 4.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
It's the competition that players outside the tour card system all want to play, and it's the one they all want to win, the MODUS Super Series. And you could tell before the break, an interesting, entertaining, enthralling watch between John Michael and Reece Robinson. And it is Michael who ran out the winner in a deciding leg. A fantastic watch, that one. And it means that after 3 games, as you can see in the league table, John Michael leading the way. 3 games, 3 wins, 6 points on the board. And then you've got that chasing pack of Robinson, Warburton and Haggerty, all on 4 points. Baker and Wareing yet to get off the mark, but that is going to change here because Wareing and Baker go toe-to-toe as we begin our 10th game, our 4th round of matches, watched by Messrs Nicholson and Edgar.
Many thanks again. Yes, somebody's about to get off the mark, and maybe, considering what we've seen over the last few days, it's not a surprise that Jack has not got off the mark so far in Group C, but to see that Scott Baker has not is a surprise, isn't it, Matt?
Considering how well he's played as well, he's put in 3 good performances. One of them was 0.10 under 100 average. That was when he got beat by Mike Warburton.
Okay, first leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
But by my estimations, he's out of opportunities, he's out of lives. He now has 7 finals to play.
70.
Sounds good. 7 finals. But when you've got to play them back to back, that's not easy.
24.
He will feel a little bit beaten up. Has been an England international in the past. Scott Baker, back at the 2018 Home Internationals.
36.
Against Scotland and Wales. Scott Baker played a couple of games. Won 1 and lost 1. Lost against Scotland, won against Wales. That was in
100.
Penny Darren Social Club in Merthyr Tydfil. You ever been to that neck of the woods, Matt?
I think I have, actually.
140.
I can't remember why, but it sounds familiar.
Yeah, I do believe that's
57.
not too far from Wayne Warren country.
There's a lot of times you go places and you're like, oh, I've been here before. And you just don't figure out why. That's one that sounds like it.
Yeah, we've travelled so much over the years that a lot of places do live long in the memory, but some not so much. In fact, I did bump into some people at the Circus Tavern at the Seniors Championship very recently who said, oh, you came and did an exhibition at our local rugby club. And I looked at them and I said, Wales Rugby Club? Quite a lot of them.
130.
But I knew exactly what they were talking about because it was a rather infamous night. Double 18.
Game shown the first.
That's more like it for Scott.
Scott Baker.
Not messing around in the outer ring there with that 17 darter.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Big area for darts as well. Merthyr Tydfil. We could talk about South Wales till the cows come home, or indeed the lambs.
60.
First ever world champion came from South Wales in Leighton Reece.
I've had a few others since then.
60.
Mark Webster on the old BDO. Richie Burnett. Going Price.
100.
Wayne Warren. $121. I wonder what the future is for darts in places like Tipton. Do they have any young players coming through who have been inspired by the likes of Jamie Hughes and Scott Baker? I'd be surprised if there aren't. But the Midlands, whether it's east or west,
140.
has always had a hotbed of talent coming through. Who to you
60.
is the next superstar from that area of the world? You probably have a better insight than I do.
I don't know if there's anyone who really stands head and shoulders above the rest of the field at the
58.
moment, which is
Got your
there's good players coming through,
156.
but there's no one to that sort of level at the moment where you'd really say that's the guy.
100. Jack, your record 122.
418s would leave the bullseye.
54.
I was going to
Scott, you
speculate
require
as to whether that was in, but I
56.
wasn't sure. I thought best to pause. Is Scott pausing?
Game
No,
show on the
he's not.
second leg. Scott
This is
Baker.
more like it. 3.5 minutes for 2-0. That's what you get with the mod winning legs.
So look, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Someone's got the dark case on the table, but the sticker's upside down. That's just very disappointing.
We do notice
47.
everything that goes on that stage.
If you're watching Shane McGurk, I hope you're well. You and your dart casery,
100.
using it as a billboard. We have had some tweets saying that some people are having a lunchtime throw, lunchtime practice.
140.
If you do want to get in touch with us, please do so at MSS Darts. You can tweet Matthew Edgar or indeed myself.
60.
We've had a nice tweet today from Mark Marlowe saying, "Afternoon, lads, quick lunchtime chuck." And sent a picture of his dartboard set up at home. Enjoy that, Mark.
93.
I just looked ahead to what the next game is. I think that one might be one we enjoy because that could be
135.
fist bump city. Mike Warburton loves to put a fist bump on somebody when he does something, and we've seen what John Michael likes in the last one.
And we've already seen
42.
Mike Warburton give someone a somewhat, I'm not going to say forced because it's a wrong word. Obligatory hug.
174.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot. That's what we call the Dundas, the 174. There's nobody bellows a 174.
77.
Like Anthony
Scott, you require
Dundas.
32. Game show on the third leg.
Oh, that was
Scott
spectacular.
Baker.
This is a quick match. And Scott is rolling, rolling, rolling right now.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You watched the Blues Brothers by any chance last night?
Do you know what? I've never seen that movie,
100.
which is somewhat sacrilege. I'll get round to it.
59.
If Scott walks away with 4 points today, just how happy is he going to be?
66.
I think he's going to be disappointed. I think if I was Scott Baker in this situation, in this group, I'd be looking probably about
80.
8. If not, you need 6. I think 4 points is a bad return. It means he's lost all 3. It means he's
100.
probably going to have to go through the card tomorrow and do 5 of 5. Or at the very, very worst, he's going to have to do 4 from 5 and then hope that results go his way.
You might not know the answer to this
30.
question. I'm just curious. When Scott was playing for England 5 years ago, almost to the month,
43.
were they still wearing red trousers then? Do they still do that now?
I hope not.
Some things you just don't know.
96.
There is a somewhat blanket rule for a lot of darts productions and
60.
darts promotions that black trousers are the norm. But we have seen some people take it to the next level with some multicoloured numbers.
Scott Williams most
58.
recently. I remember Steve Hine
32.
putting muffins on his trousers once at the Players' Championships.
Oh, it's a bullseye for the win.
107.
It wasn't that far away. He could have won this match in 7.5 minutes.
58.
Which for him
Scoring required,
actually is-
25.
Pedestrian pace.
21.
He still hasn't won it.
Jack, you require 120.
Can Jack Wareing get his first ton plus finish of the week? Wasn't able to find one so far. He's played 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He's not going to find one in game 4 on Thursday. And he might not get any more
40.
chances with Scott Baker
Scott, you
left
require
on
4.
double 2.
Game
Bit of a
shot
sigh
of
of
the
relief there
match.
for Scott Baker, who
Scott
finally gets
Baker.
himself off the mark. But now he's back in the mix with that nice little bit of improvement on his leg difference as well. He'll go to -1, but the key thing is he will be on 2 points, and he will have the chance of finishing his day on 4, which is definitely not out of it just yet. 44% of the doubles, as you can see. 4 from 9 is very, very tight indeed. When we come back, it's going to be John Michael against Mike Warburton. Like Matthew Edgar said, that one could be very interesting to see how many fist bumps there are and obligatory hugs.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Baker has got his first victory of the day, getting a better Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 0. It's a victory that the performances from the mod has most certainly deserved so far. A 4-0 success, actually one of his lowest averages of the day in the terms of an 84.68, but he's got over the line and got those crucial 2 points to the board to kickstart his 4th round of fixtures. Let's have a quick check then how the league table lies then. John Michael still in front on 6 points, having won all 3 of his matches so far. Scott Baker winning that battle against Jack Wareing. One of the players was going to get off the mark is Scott Baker, who's most definitely done that and is looking to make a push as we head towards the end of the day. Well, let's have a quick chat with the boys down in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson down in the booth, describing the action throughout the course of the day. And it's fair to say, chaps, that based on what we saw from Scott Baker, if he went 0 from 4 in terms of results, it would have been a very harsh reflection of what we've seen.
Yeah, very much so. I think Scott did a very good job in that 4th match of the day, getting the ideal result, not just to get points on the board, but also to get his leg difference back to something that is manageable for his 5th game of the day and potentially for tomorrow.
Personally, I think he would have been out. If he'd have gone and lost that game, I think that would have been him done, because I have that rule of 3 where you can lose 3 games and go through this group, but anything more than that, you're starting to go into 12-point territory. That's provided he goes and wins his next 6 games. So if he was to lose that one, I would have pretty much ruled him out of this group, especially when we've got a player in this like Jack Wareing who's still yet to get his win so far. The other players are going to get those points as well, so vital, vital win.
We don't really have hot favourites in this group right now. We could have easily pitched for Scott Baker, maybe for Mike Warburton at the start of play. But based on the way things have gone in the first 3 and a bit rounds, we don't have favourites now. We could have a very similar situation to what we've had in Group A.
I think it's going that way as well, isn't it, really, when we look at, in terms of this table so far, 4 points for Reece Robinson, Mike Warburton and Steve Haggerty. John Michael, though, currently top of the table.
What do you think, Henry?
Well, I suppose certainly an interesting table, but I think this game probably has a big significance. It's John Michael up against Mike Warburton. John Michael has won each of his opening 3 matches so far here in Group C. He takes on Mike Warburton. A win here really does congest things at the top of the Group C table. And with Scott Baker just getting off the mark on 2 points, this game could have huge ramifications. Well, let's get into the action then. As you've seen, the 2 boys are down in the commentary box ready for the action. It's a big game here in Group C. So let's get it on.
Starting to sound like Marvin Gaye there, Henry. Let's get it on. Or even Mills Lane, that famous boxing referee who said those lines. But this one could be just as entertaining as John Michael against Reece Robinson, which was, without a shadow of a doubt, the most entertaining game of the day. Not just for the darts, but for what happened in between legs.
I have got a little box on my notepad in front of me, and I'm going to put a tally in there every time we get a fist bump, a hug, or an apology. Should we name that box?
Unnecessary gesture box.
There's one.
Okay, first leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
I mean, we expect them at the start of the game. They're the ones that we expect. The one with the referee and with your opponent.
100.
We have had games in the past where there has been contention at the last lack of a handshake or fist bump going into the last leg.
60.
I remember, I think it was 10 to 12 years ago, James Wade was playing Dave Prinz at the UK Open in Bolton. It was actually the 2011 year that Reece Robinson
60.
made that little run of his. Dave Prinz put his hand out for fist pump or handshake before the last leg, and Wadey just got on with it and won the last leg, and Dave didn't take kindly to it, apparently.
60.
They were fine about a minute later, but everybody's on a different wavelength when it comes to those kind of things. Personally, me, shake hands at the start, fist pump
60.
before a potential last leg decider, that's enough. Maybe I'll have a handshake or a fist pump for a 170 checkout or a 9 darter. They are the caveats.
97.
Got a feeling we may get a couple of extras in this one.
85.
I once gave Kim Hybrex a high 5 at the start of a leg, because I took out a 170, celebrated it, then he started a 180 and I gave him a high 5 for it. I just thought it was the right moment.
100.
It was entertaining at the time, but not for long, because I lost the game 4 sets to 1.
100.
We may not have to wait long to see if we're going to get our first end of leg fist bump. Because John Michael
60.
is on a potential
require
2 darter
96.
with 96.
Here's the man to catch.
Game shot on the first
And he
leg.
keeps running.
John Michael.
Nice 2 darter, 96. Nothing. Sorry to disappoint you, Matt.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Put the lid back on the pen. He just patiently waited for his spot back, didn't he? He's like, I want to stand there where you're standing. So I'm going to wait till you move and
60.
have that exact bit of space.
Did you have a spot where you like to stand behind a player? Because I did. I like to look over their right shoulder if
85.
they're right-handed. I just like to stand on the right-hand side of the oche as I approach. I never like to approach from the left-hand side. Bit of an idiosyncrasy of mine.
100.
I suppose that goes in as well with, I mean, something we've not even considered yet in terms of Jack Wareing as well, making his debut on TV here. But when you play on TV stages,
60.
the camera's always to the left-hand side, so I suppose you're just getting the habit of everything being right. You exit to the right, you stand to the right, you approach on the right. That way you're not going to be blocking up any of the camera shots and you won't have to change anything when you get to the
140.
TV stages.
It's pretty much well known now that when you play on a stage like this, it's always
41.
best to retrieve and then go to your right. Every now and again, someone does go to the left and they get their wrist slapped by the referee.
100.
Is John Michael going to be the man to catch at the end of the day?
100.
Wonder what kind of pressure's going to be on him
101.
if he was to remain undefeated. We know that winning 10 points on a Thursday doesn't mean you're safe.
84.
But you can't get 10 points without getting to 8 first, which is his immediate mission.
140. Market requires 17.
To level us up. I expect that he's going to look at the 1 here for the double 8. He likes it in this section of the board.
9.
What a chance
Johnny
for the
requires
Deadly Rose.
75.
The man who has a skeleton on his dart shirt that looks like a T1000.
Game
And he
shot
is a
the second
Terminator.
leg. John Michael.
An apology there. We'll put that one down on the list. There's our first one. I'd love
So
to
it's John to throw first.
dig
Game
into the mindset a little bit. Ask a couple of questions of John Michael in terms of what he expects from a game of darts, because that didn't feel like a steal to me. Yes,
140.
there was a couple of darts there for Mike Warburton to win the leg, but it didn't feel like one of those steely legs where normally you get the apology after someone misses like 6 darts and you come and pinch the pocket.
60.
I just realised actually that it doesn't look like a T1000 on that shirt before I get any Terminator aficionados tweeting me, because it's a
100.
Cyberdyne 101, isn't it? The one with the metal skeleton. Because the T1000 was liquid metal. Just before we go any further. Anyway. Wales is very famous for a couple of,
60.
well, a few very good actors and actresses. Catherine Zeta-Jones, Richard Burton, Anthony Hopkins.
180.
And I think Warburton is warming to the fact that John is going to be hard to stop.
100. Johnny require 81.
This is very much
56.
a lot like his first performance of the week, which was his best average of the week so far. I said was because he's still got the possibility of improving on it.
Didn't need to go for the ball with that last start in hand.
100.
And I don't think he should have.
Johnny
No, could
require
have just laid that off
25.
and come back for the 13 darter.
Oh, it's the getter in price, dropping the dart before you hit the double.
And these normally go in.
Game shot on the third leg.
Every
John
time
Michael.
someone drops the dart, they tend to come back and just hit what they was going for. We bigged this up as being
Fourth leg, it's Mike to
one
throw
of the games that
first.
had quite
Game
a lot of unnecessary interaction, but we've only got the one apology. That's all we've got. The box is quite empty.
We haven't had a 4-0 between these two this week.
100.
We've had everything else, though. 4-1 Warburton on Monday. 4-2 John Michael Tuesday. 4-3 Warby yesterday.
81.
Winning this leg, they will have the full set of results. And it would be 2-2 with a game to go at least. I always say if you're playing somebody
100.
6 times in the week, that's a good thing because it means that you're both involved on Saturday.
100.
There are 2 places available in this group. In Saturday night's final, John Michael can convert this victory over Mike Warburton. You'd have to
85.
say that he becomes the strong fancy to be one of those 2 players.
125.
That's worked out pretty well in the end. That was a wild second dart, but he did recover well. Speaking of good
125.
recoveries, he may just have to take out that 91, you know.
60. Mike require 91.
Matt Edgar's already talked about the fact that Michael has been very good at ton plus checkouts this week. You just wonder if he's going to get a shot at the
51.
bull
John
or
number
tops
135.
this 135 to take Warburton out 4-0.
Found the bull, needs a treble, takes an aim at the 15s.
83.
Wasn't able to find
Mike
that. He's been
required
great at the
40.
tumblers checkouts this week. He hasn't hit one yet today. He may have a further opportunity if Mike Warburton can convert this double 10.
Game shot
Last start in hand, and
Mike Warburton.
cast your mind back to earlier on. Mike Warburton was quite far behind in his match. 3-1 down. He had one dart left in
It's
hand.
John to throw first. Game on.
It was the double 5. He took it and then kicked on. We now have also a thumbs up and a fist bump to add to the list. That's 5.
45.
A thumbs up, and it didn't involve Andrew Gilding. I have had a tweet from Gary Dennant, by the way, who informs us that Matt Dennant has gone home because he is scheduled to play for the King's Head tonight.
140.
So he's going to have a 4th consecutive day of playing darts. Good luck tonight, Matt. We'll see you on Saturday.
58.
This just feels so deja vu at the moment, where Mike Warburton saves the match with one dart left in hand. It was on double 5 last time, double 10 this time, and then just starts to fire. Back-to-back 140s for Mike Warburton in this 5th leg.
85.
Why do I get the feeling this game is going the distance now?
I think I'm getting the same vibes that you are here.
$100.
How do you grade that throw of Warburton? Where does it sit in your all-time list? Because it's pretty high up on mine.
180.
Oh yeah, if I was sat next to a
21.
diving board right now with my 1 to 10 signs, I'd probably be giving it an 8 or a 9.
You're a harsh critic. Oh, he's got double 9.
111.
So it's another chance for John Michael to end this game.
133.
133 this time.
$40. Mike, you required 10.
Needs this break.
Game
Gets
shot
the
on
break.
5th leg.
Now needs a
Mike
hold
Warburton.
before he even worries about another one of those. There you go. Matt, get your pen out.
5th leg, it's Mike to
7.
throw first. Game on.
The reason I say that as well, like an 8 or a 9, and you say, you might mention, oh, you're harsh cricket, but the thing to remember is I never give a 10 out of 10.
140.
I've never give a 10 out of 10 in my life.
So you wouldn't have given Nadia Comaneci that top mark at the Olympics about 50 years ago.
140.
I have a world where, and a belief that nothing is perfect. Something could be good, it could be the best we've ever seen, but does it mean that no one's going to do something better than that in the future?
100.
Every stat and everything has been beaten and been bettered. Nothing is perfect.
That is.
180.
But it's a very short-term perfect.
$140.
Who would you rather be? I'd rather be Warburton.
I guess that would leave me being John Michael, which I'd take in this situation
100.
as well.
Mike,
Although that last start,
121.
I would have liked at the bull or the 19, because now it might be a dart of the bull for the match.
97. John require 81.
He left it. He might be taking it on the bull.
56.
Had the
Mike
chance to
required
stay
24.
undefeated. What did I say about Scott Baker earlier? He might not get another chance.
Game
Because
shot on the 6th
Warburton,
flag. Mike
who beat
Warburton.
Scott Baker earlier, afforded him one match dart. But this time, it's a little different.
7th and final
because
leg, it's John to
Warburton's
throw
opponent
first.
has the darts in
Game
the last leg
on.
this time, not himself.
As soon as he took that one last start in hand, I just had that same vibe.
45.
It just felt like Mike Warburton was going to turn this one around again. John Michael opening with 45 is an invitation for Mr. Warburton to step up and become favourite to win this match for the first time since it started.
I'm not entirely sure the last time he was called Mr. Warburton. Maybe when he was
100.
speaking to a service provider about his broadband or something. Are you happy with your service, Mr. Warburton? He is going to be happy with this start. He might not just do himself a favour here. He might do Reece Robinson a favour.
100.
And Steve Haggerty, who plays Robinson next. I'll tell you what is happening again. It's another close group.
85.
And once again, I am not in the slightest bit surprised.
Do you know who else this helps?
60.
Scott Baker. Because it stops somebody in the top 2 spots remaining undefeated. It just makes things a bit more tricky.
140.
That's absolutely wonderful.
It's a wonderful leg. 12 darts to leave himself on 36. He was staring down the barrel of defeat.
100.
And he's a dart away.
Mikey required 36.
An
Go
amazing comeback
shot
from
out of the
Warburton.
match.
And a 13-dart
Mike
break
Warburton.
in the last leg. And it's a somewhat obligatory handshake. But Warburton does get to 6 points alongside John Michael now. Those statistics tell you it was a very, very even game. And a very watchable one at that as well. We'll see what happens with those guys in the final round of matches when they come back. Warburton will take on Steve Haggerty in the very last match of the day. John Michael will take on Jack Wareing in game 13. He'll have a great chance of making 8 points for himself. But before we get there, we have got Steve Haggerty against Reece Robinson in game 12.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mike Warburton has got the better of John Michael 4-3 in a high-quality affair, 93.94, 91.73, the respective averages. Mike Warburton coming back from 3-0 down against the Deadly Rose to seal the 4-3 win there. Steve Haggerty against Reece Robinson is next, but before we go into that one, I just want to debunk a theory with Matthew, who's speaking about how there's no such thing as perfection. Well, technically, if Michael van Gerwen nailed that double 12 in that world final leg against Michael Smith, technically it would have been a perfect leg because it's 180, 180, 180, 180, and then the 144 checkout. And in terms of that summarisation, I can't spake.
However, that is breaking down the big picture, which is the game of darts. Now, if that happened in every single leg in every single moment, I'd agree that was 10 out of 10. But what you're doing there is you're cherry-picking a small sample of the bigger picture to picture that bit as perfect, which means that situation was not perfect.
What's the best leg you've ever been involved in, then? Can you remember?
Oh, probably every one I've won, I'd probably say would be my favourite one, so not too many.
Okay, first I get Steve to throw first. Game on.
No one knows best right here. Steve is throwing first in this one. And this will mean that somebody is about to get to 6 points with Mike Warburton and John Michael.
95.
That was probably a good result for these two, because now we've got quite a lot of people still in the mix, and even Jack Wareing is still in the mix.
41.
But he will have to beat John Michael in game 13, you feel. Otherwise, he will be gone from Group C as well. I mentioned a leg, I think it was a couple of days ago. I missed double 18 for a 9-darter, then Ricky Evans chipped a 12 on me. That's probably the best leg I've been involved in.
$54.
Yeah, again, nothing's really standing out, which is surprising because I'm one of these players that do remember quite a lot. I think most people do, to be fair. You get a few people like, oh, I don't remember this or that, but I'm not sure I believe them.
95.
It's a bit like a poker table. Don't believe everything you hear. And what can Robinson do before the end of the day? He will have Scott Baker in game 14. So he has
60.
now got 2 games in 3.
157.
The ideal time to really kick on from what he's already done today. Which is
44.
only the one defeat to John Michael in game 9. It has been a particularly boisterous group of players today.
97. Stevie Rook 113.
Downstairs. Doesn't get the treble he needed.
53.
So an option
Stevie Rook
for
129.
Robinson to go downstairs to start this combination. 60 for Bull. He's starting to spray them a little bit high and left.
Stevie Rook
A lot
60.
more than he was at the start of play.
Yeah, he's certainly not looking like the same player. I'm surprised how much that's wobbled
Game
Steve
on the
Haggerty
first
there,
leg.
but he does
Steve
recover it well.
Haggerty.
We saw this in the last match as well. He ended up taking the opening leg and then almost berating himself a little bit.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
It was a double-double finish there for Steve Haggerty. It's probably not one that he planned.
97.
But I just wonder if Reece Robinson's one of these people that play better at the start of the day. One of these people that are able to prepare themselves
100.
for smaller windows of fixtures, which might be why he had that good run at the UK Open, which then started to fizzle out when it got to the stage of multiple games in a day.
97.
I think there are a lot of people out there who are really good at getting ready for one game per day, but this is a very different discipline.
100.
I'm going to test your knowledge now, Mr. Edgar.
134.
How many players called Robinson have had a tour card or have won a
140.
PDC ranked tournament.
Three.
You're not far off.
85.
Four.
Stevie Rock 161.
Harry, from the northeast of England. Well, he's actually from the north. I think he lives in Cumbria now. Jamie.
65.
Call him Dizzy.
Reach require 88.
And Mark Robinson from Derby, who won a PDC ranked event in 2004.
Game on the second leg.
And Reece Robinson has won that leg.
Was he the Jam Man?
So we've got
So look at Steve
the
to
Muffin
throw
Man, the
first.
Pie Man, and the Jam Man. Yeah, that's the Jam Man.
100.
Are there any other men out there with food attached to their nickname?
I think the Muffin Man versus the Jam Man's the most suitable fix.
Yeah, you
55.
wouldn't put jam on a pie.
I don't know. Owen Binks on the stage right now, your referee. We've seen him put
60.
jam on some things back in the accommodation.
Shame on him. If he went on MasterChef, honestly, they'd ask him to leave before he's even
58.
started.
He did last time we was together. He made a pesto sandwich, didn't he?
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people put pesto on their pasta, but in Italy they
135.
actually do use pesto as a spread, a bit like a tapenade. So he inadvertently got it right. He thought it was silly.
140.
Thing is, it's silly just having pesto, though. You've got to have some lovely ripe tomatoes, and a little bit
97.
of buffalo mozzarella as well, bit of olive oil, bit of ciabatta bread, squeezed in a sandwich press. Can't get any better than that.
121. Stevie Rock 109.
Fast-paced game. Have another chance of 127
41.
and game.
Reach Rock 127.
For a lot of the darting hipsters, this is the favourite finish on a dartboard. Made famous
102.
by PDC official
Stevie
at the time,
requires
Paul
68.
Hinks.
And our referee is called Binks. Oh,
no,
no.
score. Reach required
That could be
25.
costly. Because he now might surrender his advantage of throw. That's
Game
exactly
on the
what
third
happens.
leg.
That's a positive
Reece
shot at double
Robinson.
eight as well. That really hit with some force.
I was watching Steve Haggerty in the
Well,
background.
look, it's
He
Reece to
expected
throw
that to go in.
first.
He's probably watched
Game
Reece
on.
Robinson today and seen the level of performance that we've got from Reece, which, as a running average, is over the 90 mark for the day.
When you look at
60.
Steve Haggerty, do you see a taller, stockier version of dart player Jimi Hendrix?
Yes.
180.
Why have I not seen this before?
I don't know. It's just come to me. It's quite frightening.
140.
We all get a little bit excited when somebody starts a leg with a 180.
55.
But we always have to hold our breath on visit 2. We still only have one 9-darter under this roof. Courtesy of
180.
Connor Heenahan, who was going to play tonight.
You get excited with
59.
180 at the start of the leg, but
121.
Reece Robinson, we're getting excited with that one, a 180 to put him onto a finish. He starts on the ball.
81.
That's worked out pretty well. I know that dart at the treble 13 wasn't very good, but I think he just wants to forget that now and get the leg 1
55.
13 darts, which
Reach
would take his
required
average
40.
towards the mid-90s range. Well, does he give Steve a chance or does he go straight for the double 5? Interesting.
No score. Stevie
Did
Rock
look at the score, so he's
152.
well aware of what Steve's on. Steve missing a flight.
You might need that, Steve.
You're going to need all 3 darts for this one. 2 will not be enough. Needs Needs 2 trebles, will not find them. Gamble pays off for Reece Robinson. He comes back for the more preferable double top, even though it's
57.
literally
Which
next to the
required
double he
40.
turned down.
Game shot.
All's well that ends well.
Reece Robinson.
I think he'll be very happy with these stats.
5th leg, it's Steve to throw first.
When you're averaging
Game
8
on.
more than your opponent, more often than not, you are going to be winning the match. And so far, it's quite comfortable. He's only offered 2 shots at a double for Haggerty,
140.
whereas Robinson has had 7.
$60.
But you're never safe until the last dart goes in. Just ask John Michael, because in the previous match he was 3-1 up and lost.
100.
And what's more, he lost via 2 breaks of throw in the last 3 legs.
91.
You can see what this means to Reece Robinson when he's winning these important legs.
57.
He's got what I'd call the Pro Tour celebration, which is a very muted version of a celebration where you do all the actions but you don't let out any sound.
100.
There's a lot of money on offer this week. £5,000 for the winner on Saturday night.
58.
Runner-up gets 2,500. And there is a bonus on offer for people just making Saturday night as well. For someone like Reece, that's probably the
100.
minimum requirement this week.
146. $45. Reach require 150.
Match-winning chance then. Downstairs. $71 remain.
92.
And that's okay.
Stevie require 101.
Forcing his opponent to take a ton plus out just to save the match.
53.
That's a much
Reach
better
required,
position
58.
for Robinson than it is for Haggerty, who now has defeat in his sights because Robinson's on tops.
38.
But that was a bit quick.
Stevie
Yeah,
require
and he pulls
48.
it low and offers Haggerty what he would probably feel is an unexpected chance now to step up and hold on to his throw.
Game
He
shot on the
does so
5th
in
leg.
20
Steve
darts.
Haggerty.
Keeps him hopes alive of winning this one, but he's going to have to break the throw of Reece Robinson. Both players
6th leg is Reece to throw
tied in the
first.
table
Game
coming into this on 4 points. One of them will be joining Mike Warburton and John Michael at the top of the table on 6. Could be Reece in 501 points time.
60.
He'll be hoping so. Doesn't want to have to break the throw in the last leg. We
77.
actually haven't had that many 4-3s today. Just 3 of them.
$140.
He's feathering those shots in, isn't he? There's a little bit of deviation when the darts are hitting themselves. He doesn't care as long as the
57.
points are in the red bit.
How about the green bit?
96.
He'll be happy enough with that one as well.
He's maintained this average of around 88
60.
for a good couple of legs now. That's roughly 17 darts per leg. And you've seen from Warburton in his Super Series career that it can do a lot of damage.
97.
This is a day where people have maybe needed, at times, that 5-visit range just to get things done.
60. Reach
And it
require
would get things done here.
108.
The 6-visit range would as well, because Haggerty back on 247. Reece has had a couple of darts on the match at tops. He gets one at double 16 and
Game
wraps it
shot
up
of the
with a
match.
108 finish.
Reece Robinson.
His 3rd ton-plus finish of the day. That goes in the box with a 138 and the 123 that he took earlier on today. And 3 is the number of wins that go in the column for Reece Robinson. He joins John Michael and Mike Warburton at the top of the table. 3-way split at the top, all on 6 points. And coming up next, we've got one of those players, John Michael, taking on the man at the bottom of the table, Jack Wareing.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Reece Robinson has got the better of Steve Haggerty by 4 legs to 2, with an average just under 89, and of course that 108 high checkout. So we're 4 rounds of gains down on the first day of Group C. Let's have a quick check and see where the land lies in terms of the table, because as you can see, 3 players tied at the top on 6 points in John Michael, Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton, all to play for going into our final round of fixtures as our players jostle for position overnight. We kick that off with John Michael up against Jack Wareing in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Last chance now for Jack Wareing to get his first win of the week. Otherwise, it will be 20 matches straight that he will have lost. But he's put up a very decent fight today. But this is an important game for John Michael. He has to set the target for people in this table. And a big win here against Wareing. And he may not be caught. He's got an excellent record against Jack this week. He has won 12 legs and lost 4. Did you notice that there's the first fist pump there for the referee?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 more throughout this game.
Okay, first leg, it's John to throw first.
Something that's developed this
Game
week.
on.
We don't normally see that one, but creeped in. I think it's Mike Warburton that started it off originally, and then John Michael's jumped on the fist bump train.
Don't start talking about trains.
43.
You know that Kirk Bevins will get involved. I wonder if he's got that train in his spotting book.
134.
Well, this would be a turn-up for the books if he was to get the result against John Michael.
I have mentioned previously in the
41.
week that when you do look through the county averages and stats for Jack, he's got a couple of averages in there over the 30 mark. Over the 30 means he's over the 90.
60.
That 30 is per dart, which is what they use for your Super Leagues and your counties. He's got one average in there at 92, which means we know he's got it in there to produce something that can win games on this
180.
stage. And I still stand by that. Someone's going to walk into it in one game and it could cost them.
85.
John didn't start brilliantly in this leg, but he's rescued it with that maximum. His highest average in a final match of the day came
41.
yesterday in a win over Sebastian Białecki. And what that did was gift Matthew Dennant a chance of winning Group A by winning just the one leg in his final
98.
match against Jack. But his biggest average in a final game of a campaign in a day is
96.
88.14, and you would fancy
124.
that something like that would be good enough to beat Jack, unless he finds his best game of the week.
85.
It was nearly his best
John
finish
McGuire,
of the week.
100.
He hasn't registered one over 100 yet. 100 straight for John Michael. That's the danger of going on the tops. You can have that 0
40.
scoring dart.
Jack
So
McGuire,
Jack Wareing
39.
has got an opportunity to break the throw. And when it comes down to this, when he gets the opportunities, he's been taking them.
Game show
The
the
problem's
first
been
leg.
carving out the
Jack
opportunities
Wareing.
in the first place.
Okay, Jack, if you're watching this back, don't worry, I'm not going to rhyme
Second
any
leg
more
is
than
Jack
that.
to throw first. Game on.
Double 10 looks pretty good for you. I don't think that double 16 and double 8 suit you. I think you should start focusing on
60.
tops and 10s like a lot of left-handers do, because what we've seen today doesn't lie. Your tops and 10s seem to
40.
be stronger.
You're going down the James Wade school of darting there, where I remember a lot of commentators saying it felt like double 10 was on the end of James Wade's arm.
100.
At times it has been. We're talking about a player who is on the edge of the top 16 in the world now. His lowest ranking since 2006.
95.
I wonder what the response is going to be from Wade over the next 9 months.
119.
This is turning out to be a decent performance.
66.
Well, he's bang on the 90 mark at the moment, Jack Wareing. We said could
42.
rear its head at some point. Is this the moment for Jack Wareing? He's certainly, if we're looking at body language and
140.
how he's walking around and presenting himself, he's looking like he's probably feeling it is as well.
There's also something else which has just reared its head.
100. John McGuire, 100.
Every day this week, John Michael has scored 6 points. He's already got 6 points. Is it going to happen again? Or is he going to have his best day of the week so far by
60.
getting 8?
Jack McGuire, 80.
It's not really up to him right now.
He said he likes tops and 10s.
He should. And he
40.
should have got a shot at tops.
John McGuire, 100.
Probably better that he had the dart on the floor there as opposed to hitting the treble 20.
50.
So here we go.
Jack McGuire, 40.
How's the tops?
Game show
Paul
the second
Nicholson
leg.
looks like
Jack
a genius
Wareing.
all of a sudden.
I'm not the one that threw the dart. I'm just giving him advice as to what to leave.
The leg is John
It just
to throw
seems to me
first.
like the
Game
tops
on.
and 10s work better. A 2-0 lead does not lie.
He looks like a player who's believing in himself. Stood at the back of the stage, nodding along.
140.
A little bit of belief is something that's been void from his game over the last 3.5
55.
days. We know he's got this game in him. He has produced it and
100.
produced it on stages in front of crowds. That's something else to remember with these county fixtures. They are played in front of normally around about 100 or so people.
I
98.
remember playing Warwickshire
135.
23 years ago. And there must have been 3 times that. Forget where it was.
83. John McGuire, 126.
You'd probably be able to find out. Where they were playing in the 2000 season.
58.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's got the venues on it. I think it's just
Something for the Warwickshire lot to add to their database.
171.
Well, look at that from Jack.
John, you requires 68.
And a little bit of gumption as well. Double 4.
64.
That 171
Jack, you require 94.
could be enormous. $19 for the bullseye. How much can he see? This is for his best start of the week.
51. John, you require 4.
This could get a bit edgy for John Michael.
Game shot on the
No
third
problems. He
John
gets
Michael.
over the line there with the second dart. Big moment, really, in terms of that match. He thinks it's his throw.
It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He thinks he broke.
Bad news for John then.
28.
How's he going to be feeling about his performance levels today?
100.
I think both of them can be quite happy if we look at performance levels. John Michael in the last couple of games been around about the 92 mark. That's been good. Jack Wareing,
60.
by far the best we've seen of him so far this week. His lowest average today
85.
is around about what his daily average was on day 2. And it's better than his average on day 1 and day 3. So it's significant improvement from Jack Wareing.
100.
But he doesn't want to leave without a win, does he?
He might not have to,
58.
because not a chance in this one. He's still got the lead. He's still got the throw. It's in his hands. It was in his hands earlier on in the week against Sebastian Bielecki. He had
96.
4 darts at a double and 3 darts at the double and couldn't get the job completed. And it was around about this sort of time
41.
that game happened. You just see him in the back, nodding that head, looking for that aggression. Something that he said in his interview at the
91.
very, very start on Monday, he likes to play with. He called himself a fiery player. We've yet to see him light up. Is he starting to warm to the task where we're going to see that fiery player come through?
125. Jack, you've got 126.
You might see it if he hits this.
58.
Where does
Running
John
required,
go here?
92.
Beautiful bullseye. That was a somewhat lazy single 10.
60. Jack, you
But the
require
tiniest
68.
little bit of exasperation from John as he now eyes up what was a
43.
possible 3-1
John, you
deficit.
require 32.
Is it 2-2? What do you say about drop darts again?
They normally go in.
No score.
No, it was the other double, John. You've
Jack, you
already hit the
require
single
25.
16. This is the biggest chance Jack Waring's had against a player
Game
like
shot
John
on the full
Michael.
flag.
And that is a
Jack
huge
Waring.
checkout in the week of Jack Waring. He is a leg away from winning this match,
Looks like it's
and he's going to
John
have
to throw
3
first. Game on.
opportunities in which to convert.
If we can add to the tops and tens remark, if we're looking at the James Wade game
28.
plan of how to win a 501 leg, what is the other double he uses more than any other? Double 12.
Jack Waring is seeing the finishing line in sight for the
135.
first time this week. And he kicks off with back-to-back treble 20s.
100.
John's leg difference is at +6. If he loses 4-1, it will be +3. It will mean
95.
that if Reece Robinson or Mike Warburton win, they will go top of the table.
100.
And it could well be that John Michael, at the end of the day, will be outside the top 2.
95.
Jack Wareing has played 19 games of darts.
58.
He has lost 19 games of darts. He has a leg difference of -61. He's 176 points away from beating a man
26.
top of the table, but that is a massive slip and invites John Michael back into the leg.
Yeah, it doesn't adjust.
177. Jack, you record
That's exactly what Jack did not want to hear. What he wants to hear now is game shot in the match.
121. John, you record 38.
Interesting use of the treble 20 to leave 29. Hang about.
22.
Well, Jack,
Jack, you require 29.
you left 29. Missed single leaves 17. Double 8 for his first win of the entire week.
13. John, you
First
require
match
16.
start of the week has come and gone. Probably
Game shot
aided
the
by
fifth
the
leg.
first
John
miss
Michael.
there, hitting the 12, and John Michael gives 3 apologies for winning
Six
that leg.
Jack to throw first.
Is he going to have to give out any more apologies?
Game on.
It is Jack Wareing to throw first. Was that Jack's opportunity, though, come and gone? A 135, 95, 95 in the scoring phase.
41.
He's going to have to replicate. He's going to have to do it all again. Meanwhile, John Michael normally turns it up in these situations.
140.
He's now got a chance to turn things around the same way that Mike Warburton did against him. If I was in his shoes right now, I'd be thinking, okay, let's
93.
try and straighten this karma up. Let's not forget as well, they're both playing their
60.
20th game of the week. They may be feeling a little bit tired.
Great dart.
125.
It was inviting. Expected another one to go in there. It did. That was a great last start there for Jack Wareing. And I know people
41.
around the Leamington Spa area, around the Coventry area, around the Warwickshire area will be getting excited right now. They'd have been living this with Jack Wareing.
40.
They'd know what he's going through because they're feeling it too. It's just as bad for the people at home who are watching along with you. They want you to do well. They're supporting and it's out of their hands.
43.
Sometimes it's worse being the person sat watching.
Got a switch.
94.
Very well done.
I think John Michael needs a couple of trebles here, or he could be in big, big trouble.
59.
Doesn't even find the
Jack
one.
McGuire, 108.
Jack Wareing could be looking here at potentially 6 darts at the 108 for the match.
One more match dart. And he finds it. It's his first win of the week. And his
Jack
first
Wareing.
plus checkout as well. So things just come in twos. And Jack finally gets himself 2 points. And it is to the detriment of the Deadly Rose, who will again, for the 4th day in succession, finish on 6 points. Not the end of the world for the Greek player because he will be in the mix come Friday. Reece Robinson will now take on Scott Baker. It's almost a must-win match for Scott Baker when we come back.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jack Wareing has got off the mark at the Super Series, claiming his first win of the week against John Michael. Well-deserved victory at that as well. And what it does do in terms of the Group C table, it makes things very congested going into our final couple of matches. As you can see there, Wareing getting his first 2 points on the board. And a three-way tie still at the top, but John Michael has played all 5 of his allotted games so far. So, a couple more games for us to go. It's Reece Robinson against Scott Baker up next. If Baker can win this one, he'll move on to 4 points and it'll mean everything to play for in that final match between Warburton and Haggerty. 2 interesting games to go. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, Henry, you're absolutely right, because things have somewhat turned around for Scott Baker in the last few matches. Not only has he got his first win against Jack Wareing in Game 10, but results have gone his way. It means that if he can now beat Reece Robinson, he will be within 2 points of John Michael and Reece. But with Mike Warburton still with 1 match to go against Steve Haggerty, he could find himself on 8.
Yeah, that result has really shaken up the table and it's really give more hope back to Scott Baker.
So first, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
He did start his campaign off with 3 back-to-back defeats. I was just watching Reece Robinson throw those practice starts, and at one point,
60.
I genuinely felt like we was watching like a slow motion clip, but it was live feed, so it can't possibly have been.
120.
So what that tells me is that Reece Robinson was just trying to feel something out, find something out with the throw. Maybe he's just feeling a little bit tight and he was
49.
trying to get a bit of extra extension with that one. But either way, not signs that you like to see before the off.
140.
Encouraging signs for Scott Baker.
Just having a little glance through the career of Reece Robinson. We'll go back to the 2010
41.
World Masters Boys competition, which he did win 4-1 in the final against Curtis Atkins. En route to that final, he beat the likes of Roby John Rodriguez, who's now on tour. Jimi Hendrix, who I've already mentioned today, who is on tour.
85. Scott, you're
A great named Adrian Devine. And a certain Chris Aubrey, who was a fine
45.
player from the Swindon area.
$140. Scott, you're required 96.
Not able to recover the shot then. And Robinson will start on the
40.
19s with this.
Which require 126.
How does he get past that dart? He can't. That's the answer.
86. Scott, you require 56.
Tops. These doubles have been a bit of a problem for
18.
Scott Baker today. He's had his opportunities and not really been able to capitalise them and take advantage. Reece Robinson could take advantage of the miss.
20.
Too much of a bounce off his
Scott,
own
you
equipment
require
there.
38.
Going to split this one for double 16.
Game show on the first leg.
The ability for him to forget that bad dart at double 16 and 1.5 seconds later plant that double 8 just goes to show what he can do.
Scott to
because
throw
he
first.
looked really
Game on.
hacked off with that shot at the 32 bed.
$95.
Just looking a little deeper into the career of Reece Robinson then. You mentioned earlier that he's won on the development tour, which he did twice.
100.
Once in 2011, once in 2014. He won a Challenge Tour event in 2021. So he won
83.
at development tour level 10 years before he won at secondary level. He's one of those mysterious players that does seem to go missing.
57.
When he won his first development to our title. He beat Sean Griffiths in the final, who has played quite a bit of darts here at the MODUS Super
99.
Series in Portsmouth. And he beat former world master Adam Smith-Neal in the semi-finals.
140.
What do you make of those points that Reece Robinson's got? They're very intricate, aren't they?
I've never been a fan, really, of tinkering with points. I see why people do it.
100.
But as a player myself, I've never really dabbled too much with it. But I can see why people like a bit of grip on the point or a little bit
180.
extra.
He's
It's
got
like
your
an extension of the dart
124.
grip pattern at times.
No shot at bull,
92.
but forces
Reach required,
Robinson to take
24.
double 12.
Game
It
shot
was
in the second
expertly
leg.
left with the
Reece
maximum,
Robinson.
and we are level in 13 darts.
So look, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
What about Reece Lightning? Is that a good nickname?
Oh, yeah, I like that. Yeah.
39.
Go Reece Lightning, you're burning up the quarter mile. They are the lyrics. Well, with his name in there.
121.
Maybe this is something we can work out tomorrow for him as well, and maybe our viewers could join in and help us out with that. A nickname for Reece Robinson.
But I do get the feeling that
100.
maybe somebody's already... Has Reece Hayden got that nickname? I think he might. Have to be something else.
180.
They've now got a maximum each. Rule number 1 of nicknames.
140.
Try not to have the same as somebody else. Can't imagine anybody else having the mod. Or prime time.
There have been a few that have been
28.
replicated, haven't there? The Iceman was originally Alan Warrener, now Gerwin Price.
Yeah, Dynamite. Darren Johnson. Keane Barry.
105.
We had the Simon Whitlock, Colin Osborne Wizard battle.
Pick your single.
132.
And hope to come back.
117.
Hope is sometimes a
77.
dangerous thing.
Scott, you require
But it
40.
works out this time.
Game shot in the
And
third
that is Scott
leg.
Baker
Scott Baker.
breaking right there for the 2-1 lead. You look at his leg difference, it's currently a
We'll look at Scott
-1.
to throw first. Game on.
He's not only going to affect his own leg difference in this match, but he could affect Robinson's, which currently stands at +5.
40.
Scott Baker used to use pear-shaped flights, didn't he? When he first came through, which fly through the air very quickly. But over the last couple of years
100.
playing with us, he's gone from a small standard flight to just a standard flight.
40.
It does mean the bigger the flight, the smoother and slower through the air they will travel.
180.
They're a lot more forgiving as well, aren't they? Because the flight will stabilise the dart. If you picture it like a parachute on the back of the dart, there, the
100.
bigger the parachute, the more wind, the more drag it'll generate, and the more stable the object that it's trying to propel.
I'll remember that when I go for a parachute jump, and I'll say, I'll have a big one, please.
100.
Don't give me one of those small ones. I don't want to break my neck.
140.
Good scoring
Reach for
performance, this.
121.
Yet again, he's going to have to leave something handy and wait to see if
65.
he gets a chance.
$61.
That could have
Reach
worked out
required,
worse.
56.
Double top.
46.
It is now a chance.
Scott,
If
you
he hadn't
require
hit treble
120.
He would have been sitting on 134, which is a lot harder. Game changer.
80.
Could have been a day changer.
Reach required, 10.
Could have been a group changer.
Game's on the fourth
Could
leg.
still be.
Reece Robinson.
But he's going to have to carve out another opportunity for himself. He's going to have to do it against the
Fifth leg,
throw.
it's
Reece
Reece
Robinson
to throw
did move to the
first.
top of
Game
the
on.
table due to that defeat from John Michael to Jack Wareing, who got his first victory of the week. It's always nice, isn't it, when you move to the top of the table,
41.
but you haven't had to throw a single dart in doing so.
That happened twice yesterday. It happened to Warburton when Dennant lost. And then when
89.
Warburton lost, Dennant went to the top without throwing a dart. If that's not a sign of a tight group, I don't know what is.
45.
Whatever you're doing on Thursday night, I hope you can join us a little bit later on. We've got some great dart players for you.
83.
Trina Gulliver, the 10-time Women's World Champion, will join us. With Jamie Kelling, who did win a weekly title in Super Series 2. And the
100.
man from nowhere, Alan Norris, who currently resides in Scotland, by the way. He'll be with us as well.
99.
The other two players who have migrated from Group A, that will be Conor Heenahan and Sebastian Białecki.
180.
Again, we get a bit of a reaction from Reece Robinson.
60.
He's leaving
Richard, 135.
nothing to the imagination when you want to know his motivation this week.
$81. Scott, you record 170.
Might need it.
41.
But is
Richard,
nowhere
record
near,
54.
unfortunately.
14 scored, yeah.
Stayed in position for this shot, even though he was asking.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
it all works
leg.
out.
Reece Robinson.
He's going for this, isn't he?
Yeah, he's looking like a hungry customer.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I feel for Scott Baker here that this is now must-win leg and then must break.
180.
Or he's in big, big trouble coming back tomorrow. But he's done the first part.
91.
If he does lose this match, it's pretty much win all games tomorrow, isn't it?
And even then, it's still out of your hands. It's still a bit of hope needed from that position.
121.
He might actually need help from someone like Jack Wareing to maybe pick up a really vital win for him against a vital opponent.
59.
Like he's just done. But he could still win this match.
122.
I think we're going to be getting a seventh leg.
121. Scott, you require 78.
Double 12.
Game
That's a
shot on the
beautiful
sixth
12
leg.
dart leg.
Scott Baker.
What he would give for another. You can't separate them in the averages.
Seventh and final leg, it's Reece to
Much.
throw first. Game on.
0.01. The epitome of a tight match.
81.
5 180s in a game at any time here in a Super Series match. That is impressive.
80.
It has been a good day for 180s, but that last start there for Scott Baker, how important could that be in a couple of throws' time? Is that the dart that potentially
100.
puts him on the diving board?
140.
Well, let's put it in perspective. If that had clung on, it would have been 2-2-1 here. It would have been 100 advantage.
More importantly, even if it
60.
was, let's say, a single 20, 100 here would leave him a finish. 100 now after the bounce out doesn't. It forces this to be a two-treble
43.
combination because of the loss of that dart.
It's
140.
one of the best 140s he's hit today. Now you smell trouble. And there's
80.
another one on the floor.
Reach require 120.
He Feel like he's walking the plank.
100.
He's standing on the edge of the plank.
Do you have to jump or do you have to be pushed?
Well, he might not have a choice in
76.
about 10 seconds' time.
Ratio required 20.
£10.
Game
roughly
shot on the match.
10 seconds,
Reece
like Matthew Edgar
Robinson.
said. That is Reece Robinson going through Thursday with 8 points. That's a brilliant campaign, and he will firmly be in the mix. But Scott Baker will need to win all of his games tomorrow to have a chance, but he will need favours from other quarters as well. We only have one more match for you for the rest of the Thursday daytime session. It will be Mike Warburton trying to equalise Reece Robinson on 8 points, and he's up against Steve Haggerty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have made it to the final game of the afternoon session here in Group C. That was after Reece Robinson got the better of Scott Baker in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. One final game for us then in this afternoon session. It sees Mike Warburton take on Steve Haggerty, but don't fret, we'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening for all the action from Group B, and we have a thrilling 5-player field involved in that one. But let's tuck into this final game of the afternoon session as Warburton against Haggerty in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, final game of Group C action on Thursday, and Warburton is in a very strong position like he was on the first day of Group A. On that occasion, he got 8 points, win this one, and that will be the case once again. But for Steve Haggerty, if he can finish with a win here, he will finish on 6 and very much be in amongst the party, because we would have, with a Haggerty win, 3 players on 6 and only the 1 on 8. That will be bad news for Scott Baker and Jack Wareing.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Mike Warburton, we said about his level on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday was very good, consistent, and being around that 88 sort of average, which is where we expect him to be over sort of a week. He probably wasn't happy with the fact that, despite throwing that, he's come into this group and he's actually raised it a little bit today. His last 3 averages, 93, 92 and 93. And up the top end of those as well. He is finding a nice bit of form.
Not to take your own phrase, Matt, but is he starting to press the urgency button? because earlier in the week you mentioned that,
59.
and we are in the territory now of no second chances.
Yeah, and when you come down here and you play a week and you've committed the week to playing the Super Series, for some of these players they've still got
100.
jobs and occupations, so they might have had to take a week off holiday in order to come down here and make the commitment to playing this tournament. You do not just want to come down here and play the groups.
55.
If you've played the full week, you want to be in Saturday. It's a disappointment if you do not make the finals night. The player of Mike Warburton's quality,
60.
I think if he's going home tomorrow, he will be mightily disappointed with that.
I think you could probably say quite angry,
58.
considering how much time he's been spending in qualification positions. Probably have to say that's about as close to a perfect dart as he could get.
140. $100. Mike, you require 41.
This is where you can have your pick. It will be double 16.
Game
And
shot
it
in the
is
first leg.
a very tidy
Mike
start in
Warburton.
17 darts. We're seeing that a lot over the last 4 days. 17 darts
Second leg, it's
is
Steve
where
to
you
throw
need
first.
to be, and it's where Mike is all the time. 88.41 as an average, 17 darts.
134.
and that represents the average level of where Warburton is pretty much all the time. Now that's the positive side of it.
140.
I know where he wants to be in coming years. How does he get to the next level where
81.
his average all the time is, let's say, 93? Because if you want to contend on finals nights against the likes of Scott Taylor, who are averaging 109, you really need to lift your level by at least 5%, don't you?
I think it's just timing.
55.
Just those issues. Now, we do get that sort of baseline performance, and I think that's why we're getting that increased average today, because when he's gone behind, he's really found some big darts and some big legs. He's done it twice
100.
today. Can he do that from a front-running position? Some people don't like being the favourite. They don't like being the person front-running with things.
64. Mike, you require
The one that really
161.
stands out massively for me is the now player in the top 16 in the world, Ryan Searle, who always wants to be considered the underdog. It's like, you can't be the underdog. You've won multiple Pro Tour titles. You've been to a
45.
TV major
Steve,
final. But he still wants to be the
167.
underdog, even if he's playing a qualifier.
You can't play that card for very long if you're very, very good.
44. Mike, you require
But
116.
maybe Haggerty can play that card today and tomorrow. What a great first start that is. The first start was equally as good as the second one was bad.
76. Steve, you require 123.
Treble 18 for Bull is possible.
98.
And it almost
Mike, you require 40.
found itself on our stat sheets.
Game
What
shot
we're
in the
writing down
second
now
leg.
instead
Mike
is
Warburton.
a 16 darter for Warburton, who is now broken and is halfway to the ideal result. Because if he can get that 4-0,
Game on.
he will finish the day on the same points and the same leg difference as Reece Robinson.
I have dug deeper into the numbers just to see if there's any sort of pattern over the last 12 months regarding Mike Warburton and what we've just said there. There are two things that actually support that. The first thing is his average is higher when behind in matches. So it drops when he's in front. But the other interesting point is his average that he's got with the throw compared to against the throw. Now, we normally see the average higher when they're against the throw because they don't have a lot of darts at doubles, or they're less likely to have darts at doubles than with the throw. So we tend to see that. But this one's got a more significant twist on it because actually,
41.
with throw, Mike Warburton averages 7 visits to a board, where against the darts he averages 6. He's gone over that barrier. Now, we talk about numbers, but the numbers are only relevant in terms of what block of
100.
3 it breaks down to. And it goes over the block of 6 and into a new visit needed for Mike Warburton.
100. Mike, you require
That could be the thing with the
161.
darts.
He's been getting incrementally better in this match. He went 17 darter, 16 darter.
90.
It may be a jump of 2 to a 14 darter if he finds treble 13 and double 16 when he comes back. He's got Haggerty
60.
exactly where he wants him.
Mike, you require 71.
Oh, he's gone for treble 17. For double 10.
Game shown the
And he has
third
jumped
leg.
2
Mike Warburton.
to the 14 darter. And this is a great performance. Averaging almost 96.
Fourth leg, it's Steve.
And he
to
has
throw
not
first.
missed a
Game
double yet. That is brilliant. Look at that. That makes for excellent reading.
43.
But what's even better than that is 4 out of 4.
I can go one better on that in terms of what's impressive. He's had a 180 in this match. That is his 9th 180
60.
of the day. He played earlier on in the week, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Group A. And across those 3 days, 15
100.
matches, he scored 9 180s. So in less than 5 matches here, he has scored the same amount of maximums that he did over 15. That is
60.
mightily impressive. That is why he's contending for that top spot.
60.
Because if he can convert this, if he can win this by 4 legs to nil, he will join Reece Robinson. They will both be on 8. They'll both be on +6.
100.
The only way Reece Robinson doesn't have company at the top of the table in terms of
39.
everything being level is if Steve Haggerty can take a leg here from Mike Warburton. He's left himself in a bit of awkward territory. Mike Warburton is chasing down his 10th maximum of the day.
140.
Scott Baker also on 9 180s, despite being 5th in the table
59.
on just 2
Mike
points.
require 141.
He has a little bit of time on his hands. He might not need them. Said he's been hitting the 180s. The 141 is the end of the 9
89.
dart finish once you've hit a couple of 180s at the opening of the leg. Haggerty looking for his 3rd of the day.
140. Mike
not too
requires
little.
52.
140 is never too little, but it might be too late.
Game shot
Mike
of the
Warburton
match.
wraps up a
Mike
very
Warburton.
successful day for himself. He started off with defeat in his opening game, but then reeled off 4 fantastic performances and 4 great wins with averages around about what you see there, about the 92-93 mark throughout the day, and he has gone in the right direction. He joins Reece Robinson at the top of the table, both of those players on 8 points and +6.
Matt, thank you very much indeed. Paul Nicholson with me up here on the balcony to assess what we've just seen. Let's begin by looking at that last game and looking at Mike Warburton. We said at the top of the programme, how is he going to respond from the setback of yesterday? Well, in the final 4 games, he showed us exactly what.
Yeah, he's got some steel, that's for sure. And that was a really polished performance at the end. Doubling was brilliant. His 180 shooting today has been fabulous. And I think when he takes stock of today, a little bit later on Thursday, he'll be very, very pleased with what he's done.
If you're looking at the numbers of all the players over the course of 5 games, are we saying he's the most consistent?
I'd say yes. I think Reece would admit, even though he's got the same points and leg difference as Mike, that maybe he was a little bit more erratic in the middle. But the performance levels of Warburton are very encouraging going into Friday.
Well, this is the table then at the halfway stage in Group C. Reece Robinson and Mike Warburton both leading the way on 8 points, but you can't discredit the chances of John Michael and Steve Haggerty on 6 and 4 points respectively.
Not at all, but I think when you look at the fact that Warburton has got Haggerty in the first game of tomorrow, he gets the first opportunity to get to double figures. And if he can get the same kind of start as what we've just seen, then he might be hard to catch.
After winning his first 3 games, will John Michael feel as if he's missed an opportunity here?
Unquestionably. I think the way he was playing earlier on, he had some real confidence, but small misses have cost him big over the last couple of matches, and he's going to rue those. But obviously he likes getting 6 points every day. 6 points tomorrow, is that going to be enough? I'm not sure. I think he might need 8 or 10.
As for Scott Baker, can he count himself a bit unlucky?
Maybe a little bit, but he did have plenty of opportunities in some of those matches. Only 2 points is a bit harsh, I think, for the way he's played. But if he was to get 10 points tomorrow, he would still have a chance, but he'd need matches to go his way. He may need favours from Jack Wareing.
Well, that is the halfway point of Group C. This is the first half of a double bill of darts here at the MODUS Super Series. We'll get Group B underway from 10 o'clock tonight, and it features and stars the 10-time champion of the world, Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, 23 years on from the first time I ever met Trina, and she is still regarded as the greatest player of all time, and probably will be forever. I'm really looking forward to seeing Trina. It'd be interesting to get her take on what's happening with the trophies from the BDO. We can ask her firsthand, but I think the darts has got to do the talking tonight, and if she can get a good start, it would be really nice to see a woman in the Week 5 finals, but she's got a very tough task ahead of her.
Jamie Kelling also in the field. He actually won the Week 5 of the previous phase, if you're one of those that likes that kind of thing. And he'll gain a lot of confidence getting from the Champions League last time out, because he's been here a lot and he finally got his rewards for the efforts.
Yeah, he didn't play poorly in Group B in Champions Week. He was just involved in a stacked group, and small margins cost him, but he walked away with the right attitude, because if you think about what Jamie's done over the last couple of years, he has struggled with injury, struggled with the loss of form, but he's got everything back now and he doesn't have any excuses, and he can now enjoy it with confidence.
I suppose we better get some food, some rest, and get ready for tonight.
Rest sounds good.
Rest does sound good. Hope you can join us for the rest of the action from 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV as we get Group B underway, featuring the 10-time world champion. That is Trina Gulliver. But here in Group C, well, what a day it's been for Warby. He is the man sitting at the top of the pile in Group C. We'll see you tonight. Bye-bye for now.